wood chips. I know you're in Vermont when there are wood chips in your drawer.
Jim, do we have audio? All right. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Hartford Selectboard on Tuesday, May 30th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Our first item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us tonight?
I would be happy to on this Memorial Day.
Thank you, Lane.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Laney.
Thank you to those who have served before me.
So we don't have any local liquor control board items, and we have no local cannabis items. Order of agenda, everybody good? Okay, so we'll start with public comment. We'll begin with people in the room. If you'd like to comment, please come up to the microphone. Introduce yourself, state your town and village of residence. You'll have 5 minutes to speak, and then we need to move on. Please refer to the select board as a whole, no personal attacks. And if there's an item you've come to talk about that appears later on the agenda, we ask that you wait until that agenda item is up for consideration before you comment on that. So,
hello, Chico Eastridge, White River Junction. I work for JAM, and I'm here to talk about wanting to install a new camera system in the room, which I've been emailing back and forth with the town, and it's recommended that I come talk to the select board. But the old system is held up for a while, but it's time for a new one. And I'm not asking for any investment from the town unless we need to do some electrical work in the ceiling, because there will be some ceiling mounted cameras that we just use owls as cameras only, and still use the built-in audio system, because the audio, despite the fact that it's a little bit of a strange system, it actually sounds pretty good online most of the time. But the biggest change would be there wouldn't really be someone in the back of the room anymore. It would be fully operated from, we'd probably put a tablet over there, we could put a tablet anywhere, but Kim a lot of the time is doing a lot of operation on Zoom, so it might make sense to put it over there, but we could put it at anybody's desk and be a little tablet, and all it would do would log into Zoom, you log in, Zoom comes up here, cameras come up automatically, it starts recording automatically, and we would still have somebody who would be chaperoning the meetings, making an archive of the meeting, and checking to make sure that everything is working, technical standpoint online. And so that's essentially the package. I've set it up before. A few weeks ago, I set it up on the floor to do a test. It seems to work fairly robustly, and I would like to do a test with any interested parties. Show you it's not so scary, and that I think this is a superior system in every way. It's more reliable, the quality is better, ease of use, and one of the big things is it would be the same system for all boards and committees in this room. Everyone could just come in, push their meeting, start, and then there wouldn't be as need. Right now, there's zoning boards and planning boards that display their system. Sometimes there's a little HDMI port in the floor, which is debating my existence, because then this thing stops working and it sound and all kinds of problems. So everyone would be using the same system and a better system. I'd like to show you that. That's essentially all I have to say.
thanks, Chico. Lanny, a comment?
So have you approached the town manager about budget requests for this?
There's no budget request other than if we would, I haven't looked in the ceiling. I haven't just taken the time to climb up there and plunge around. But if there's no electrical outlet up there, I would ask the town for an electrical outlet. But the town would not be responsible for buying any AV.
So you're basically looking for, I guess,
Permission.
our authorization to do so?
Yeah.
So do we need an agenda item for that?
We would need an agenda item, and I think we need to actually see how it looks before we decide to change our current system.
Yeah.
But we appreciate you bringing that to our attention.
Can we get that on the agenda for our next agenda so we can upgrade the system so we can have better capabilities?
We will see.
Well, it's important for us to have better communication.
Well, we don't know if it's better when we just see a demonstration of it.
I'm not sure.
Jim?
It just seems like the kind of thing that excuse me, doesn't actually need select board approval, but that if we generally support, would it be something that could be done administratively? If there's not, I'm happy to go whatever direction we need to, but it seems like something that the town manager's office could.
I think it's an IT thing more than select board thing. Our IT department.
So Chico and I and Dylan, the IT director, we've been having discussions as well as Paula. And we will be having it come on the next agenda, either the next one or the one after, to have a discussion, because hearing it from the IT department and the impact that it has, in working with Chico, it's the opportunity for everybody to come and state their side of whether or not we upgrade it or not. As far as getting the actual select board approval, being the board, you've taken on the responsibility to make sure that the citizens have it available. If we're going to continue to have these types of meetings, then we need to make sure that we have something available. Is the owl the best choice? I don't know. That's outside of my scope. So we'll have experts come in, such as Chico and Dylan, and you can hear what they have to offer.
Oh, is that what it is, an owl?
To use an owl as a camera, but not as audio. I would offer that you come to a meeting, that we set up a meeting outside of an actual schedule. Time like this. And I can show it to you. Works pretty well. I don't know.
No.
All right, thank you, Chico.
All right, thank you.
All right, public comment. Come on up.
Aaron Warner, Hartford. Good evening, board members, comrades. Despite the lack of national identity and obvious cultural divisive nature of the symbol, the board voted to erect the LGBTQ flag over this town municipal building for the month of June, also called unironically Pride Month. As of the past few years, it's become en vogue among the dissident left, including in our town, to take issue with the American flag over criticism of the founders participating in the institution of slavery. Criticism of institutional slavery is fair and should be welcomed, which is why founders Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, and others also wrote at length the struggle they had over the moral failing of the institution, which ultimately led to its national demise, thanks to the Civil War. Even more ironic, though, is the sour grapes here in Vermont. Why? Vermont was the first state in American history to abolish slavery, doing so in 1777, a mere 1 year after we became a nation. What if we turn the same critical eye on the founders of the Pride flag? Let's start with Dr. John Money. Money is widely considered the founding father of the trans movement, a sexologist and psychologist who practiced at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. He is credited with inventing the terms gender identity and gender role. Like many sexologists, Money believed pedophilia was a harmless sexuality, which when practiced properly led to the child suffering no harm. In fact, Money's theories on pedophilia were so sympathetic that to this day, his work is prominently featured on the website of the North American Man-Boy Love Association, aka NAMBLA. In the 1990s, Money allowed himself to be featured in interviews with Pedika, a pedophile psychology journal. In 1991 interview for the journal, Money is quoted as saying, "If I were to see the case of a boy aged 10 or 11 who's intensely erotically attracted toward a man in his 20s or 30s, if the relationship is totally mutual and the bonding is genuinely mutual, then I would not call it pathological in any way." Money also noted that he never reported on any pedophiles to police, even those who were actively abusing children, due to his belief that adult-child sex was normal and often beneficial. But Money's views on pedophilia hardly touched the darkest and most depraved facets of his history, those being reserved for the case of David, born Bruce Reimer. Born in Winnipeg, Canada in 1965, Reimer was the victim of a botched medical circumcision when he was 6 months old. The procedure sought to address a urination problem Reimer was experiencing, but instead, thanks to failed new and experimental medical technology, left his penis mutilated beyond repair. Reimer's parents saw the charismatic Money on TV and arranged a meeting. Money was developing his theory of gender reassignment from work with intersex people. In the Reimer twins, he had found the perfect test subjects for his theory, with David's twin Brian as the control. Money convinced the young parents to reconstruct David's genitals to create a vulva and raise their son as a girl, claiming gender as merely a social construct. During checkups, Money would subject the twin boys to disturbing experiments. They were forced to replicate sexual intercourse with each other, touch and inspect each other's genitals, and watch pornography. Money would show the twins photos from smut magazines and explicit sexual photos of kids. He would then prod them about their sexual arousal and question their attractions.
Point of order, can I ask what this has to do with the approval of the pride flag being erected? What is the point?
If this is something that the town is going to stand behind, I think we should have a good idea of the history of.
Are you going to give us the entire history of the pride flag?
This is my comment. This is my comment. I'd like for people to consider this, especially if we're going to make this a common practice. Money would show twins photos from the smut magazines and explicit sexual photos of kids. He would then prod them about their sexual arousal and question their attractions. The children were also expected to comply in front of audiences, as many as 6 other adults. And some reports state Money also took photos and videos of the children engaged in rehearsed sexual activity. At the time, both of the twins were just 6 years old. When alone with the children, Money was abusive and got irate with them for refusing to perform for him. In a later statement, they both recall fearing he would whoop them if they did not do as he asked and strip their clothes. As David Reimer aged, he became increasingly resistant to seeing Money and begged his parents not to force him to go for checkups. Despite feminizing hormones and surgery, Reimer identified as a male and refused to believe he was a girl, though he had never been told he was born a boy. A catastrophic rebuttal of Money's theories on gender. By the age of 14, Reimer was experiencing suicidal ideations and refused any further contact with Money. He demanded the truth from his parents, which they eventually told him in 1980. Despite that, Money proceeded to declare his experiments a success, and his findings were used in later studies to justify genital surgeries imposed on some intersex children with ambiguous genitalia. Both Reimer and his brother would take their own lives, with Brian committing suicide via drug overdose in 2002 after a lifelong battle with schizophrenia, and David shooting himself in the head in 2004 at the age of 38. Their parents state they attributed their son's death to the trauma imparted upon them from Money's methods. John Money, founding father of transgenderism.
Speaking for myself, not on behalf of the board, I appreciate your comment, but I find the conflation of the pride flag with pedophilia to be offensive, false, and dangerous. Public comment.
Kathy Melisick, Wilder, Vermont. I'm actually here to speak about something that's on the agenda, so I'll wait for that. I would like to say that with regard to the previous statement, exactly what the chair just said, which is this conflation of LGBT and identity with pedophilia, among other things. Outdated and unacceptable and offensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Public comment.
Colin Butler, Town of Hartford. I've got comments on several items this evening. They're all on the agenda, so I'll wait on those, except for one, which is the town manager survey that was conducted and ended this past Sunday. I was late in looking at it and completing it. I didn't get to it until Saturday. And I was surprised that after being assured that it was an anonymous survey, my name was included in what I submitted. Frankly, I don't have a major concern. I kind of like the board to be aware of what my responses were and my comments were, but you assured the community anonymity and then collected our names electronically from the device that we were submitting the survey on. There were duplicate questions on the survey. There was a comment at your last meeting from somebody, a citizen, complaining about the potential for duplicate submissions. I'd like to reinforce that complaint. We did nothing to prevent people from submitting multiple copies, multiple submissions of the survey. So I think right from the start, the results that are collated are going to be suspect. And the last thing is a little bit of a nit perhaps, but having the deadline at noontime in the middle of a holiday weekend, a very, very important holiday weekend, is just stupid, to put it for people. Thanks.
Thank you, Colin. Any more public comment in the room before we go to Zoom? Yes, Kathy.
I'm not sure. Am I in order if I talk to the board about something against someone else's statement?
If you have something to explain about the survey, you'd like us to know, please go ahead.
Kathy Melisick, Wilder, Vermont, repeat. I'm a member of the town manager search committee and was kind of the person who helped pull all this stuff together with this. And it is anonymous. The only way that someone's name could have been seen on it is if they themselves type their name in one of the free answer fields, because I just tallied all these things up after the survey was done, so we could have the answers ASAP. So I didn't see anybody's name. And this is a survey. I think it's been mentioned before. It's not a vote. It's, it's nothing binding. These were questions that we had gotten out of having several publicized community listening sessions at various places and villages. So I'm happy to address this separately or talk with our chair about it if anybody has more information. But no names, no IP addresses, nothing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
There is one hand up.
Okay, let's hear from that person.
So what my. Thanks. Okay, go ahead, Marie.
Hi, good evening. Marie Elvin from White River. I just wanted to get to see if I had any answers to the questions I asked at the last meeting. And this is like the third request that we can't see the fellow participants of this meeting. So I don't know if anybody's received an answer on that yet. Why we cannot see those attending on Zoom who is participating via Zoom. I did ask that last time, and I believe somebody else asked it the week before. So that's one question. Does anybody have the answer for that?
Yeah, Marie. So, I mean, JAM's got it set up the way that they do, and it provides an opportunity for people who aren't here physically to enjoy the meeting. We don't have to have Zoom. This came in as part of COVID. We could if we wanted to get rid of it. We think that it serves a good function, having more people being able to observe the meetings. But the fact is, if you want to know everyone who's in the audience or you want to be here for all of it, people just need to come in person. So
I believe it was brought up as far as transparency, and it isn't transparent, but whatever. The next thing is about the police calls being sorted as to what village they go to. That was a question as well. I don't know if the police chief or anybody got any answers from the chief on that.
we're going to have the chief come up and address that.
Okay.
We are currently working on that. That's not a simple process.
Okay.
We don't have a data crime analyst to do the work. We're asking other people at the state to do that work for us. We break it out by village.
I can't really hear you. Can you get near the mic, please?
It's an easy ask, but a hard lift. This is a lot of work to put in to get that kind of information out of our system without a data crime analyst on staff. So I'm asking other people to do it within their job descriptions, but again, it's a lot of work to do. But it's ongoing and it's not something we forgot about.
Thank you, Chief. So Marie, it's ongoing. It just takes a while given the resources.
Okay. And let's see, what else was I? Oh, the results of the safety meetings that were held throughout the town. I had asked Kim about that last time, and yeah, I never got an answer on that either.
Marie, I'm sorry, those meetings, I attended one of them. That was the Hartford Community Coalition that coordinated those meetings. It wasn't anything that the board or myself had any role in coordinating. I just attended one. So I would reach out to the Hartford Community Coalition if you wanted to get any sort of results or summary of what they put together from those.
Oh, so they don't submit any of that information they gather to the select board?
They have not. I mean, they may at some point ask to do a presentation, but at this point they have not.
All righty. I guess that's it for tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Marie. Any other hands on Zoom?
No other hands at the moment.
All right. Well, we will close public comment and go to select board comments and announcements. Lanny, I don't know if you want to start.
Sure, I'd be happy to. I have three things. I'd like to thank the White River Junction Veterans Council for their remembrance of Memorial Day that they did out front of the municipal building and at the bridge and at the Hartford Cemetery was very well attended. Honored to be part of that. I'd also like to thank the members of American Legion Post 84 for putting the flags up along Route 5. They look extremely well. I would hope that in someday in our future that we can have flags on all of our light poles in Hartford to demonstrate our Americanism. And then the third thing, a little controversial, but I'm going to bring it up anyways. I felt very much at the last meeting that we had that I experienced cancel culture. And by that, I mean, when the vote took place for the pride flag, there was absolutely no discussion among the board. There was no interest in what anyone had to say that came before the board. The board just carte blanche went right to a vote. And for the board not, I mean, I understood that the vote was going to pass because the majority of the board had supported that. But for this board not to take into account the statements offered by residents of this town on either side of the coin, pro or con, is disrespectful. It cancels out the opinion of those that are opposed, and it shows an insignificant to their perspective and to their thoughts. And that's not what this board should be. This board should at least, at a minimum, acknowledge what people have to say, acknowledge their feelings towards a pride flag, and respect their feelings about what they have to say. And they should at least have discussion about that as board members. I think that was a pure cancel culture of this board, and I'm ashamed of it.
Thank you, Lanny. I remember us all here listening patiently and respectfully to all the arguments that were made before deciding to vote the way we vote. Rocket?
Yeah, I guess I will comment on the flags. I missed last meeting, and since there was a comment about flags today, I think that I just want to share my thoughts on that vote because I personally love the pride flag and have many gay friends, and I'm proud of that. But I think I actually would have voted against that vote, and the reason why is I think that it puts the board in a weird position of then having to be the arbiter of what is okay and what historically has been good, and a lot of conversations and debates that could pull us into a pretty controversial area pretty quickly. So while I love that flag, I sort of think that when we get to these extremes of conflating the queer flag or gay pride flag with pedophilia, that's pretty dangerous and can be a harmful way to speak. Same as it would be dangerous to conflate the American flag with white supremacy. Every symbol is used in negative ways, but I don't think that the people who use things in a negative way should be the ones that get to define what a symbol means. And I think we should be, as a board, focused on where can we really focus on our direct responsibilities to the town, and trying to skirt around unnecessary conflicts if possible. So on that note, I wanted to talk about, well, first just wanted to thank all the families in our community who are veterans or have veterans in their family, just in honor of Memorial Day. And I want to talk briefly about an op-ed I wrote to the Valley News talking about the grants, missed opportunities the select board's missing. And the chair, Mike White, and I had a really productive conversation. It was sort of awkward timing because I submitted the piece and then we had this great chat and then it got published. But I think broadly I want to take responsibility and say that I think that whether or not I'm right sometimes is not so important as whether or not I'm effective. And so I'm always trying to hold myself accountable to being more effective. And I just want to say this publicly so that my colleagues here on the board and the public can continue to hold me accountable to trying to be more effective. On the note of grants, one thing that I've been thinking about that I will bring more to the board is I wonder if there's a way for us to develop some sort of process by which we are actively and proactively looking for grants. I know our department heads do a great job with that, but there's a lot of money floating around out there that if in a town with a budget of $20 million, if we can find $1 million of grants over the course of a year, that's 5%. So that's pretty awesome. I think that if there are ways that we as a select board can continue to channel our energy collaboratively, not with a homogeneity, but a diversity of thought and opinion, but collaboratively towards the common goal of being better public servants, then that's something that I really want to humble myself to. I realize that I'm the cause of a lot of friction sometimes, so this is me just sort of saying, how do we, myself included, and maybe myself especially, try to move ourselves towards that. As always, it's an honor to serve this town, so thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Robin. Alan?
I have shared this with the board already, but also just wanted to share more broadly for community folks who might be interested. The select board and the school board at the first 2 hours of our select board meeting on June 13th from 6 to 8 o'clock. We'll use that time to have a joint meeting to actually convene as boards to talk about the equity related work that we've been working on since the strategic plan for equity and inclusion was created. It was a suggestion for a joint meeting came up from several folks in our community and I felt it was a great one. So I appreciate both boards making that time in our very busy schedules to make it happen because it's important. It will be primarily an opportunity for updates about what work has happened since the strategic plan was brought into effect, and also to talk about ways that both boards can collaborate more effectively and ways that we can learn from each other in the process. So that will be primarily an opportunity for both boards to have that discussion together, though there will be a little bit of opportunity for public comment if there are questions about anything that the boards are sharing. But just to let folks know about that and encourage folks to attend and see that happen. We'd love to have you.
Thanks very much, Ellie. Mary?
Yes, some people don't know a lot about Ideal Vermont, but Phil Scott passed a program last fall and called it Ideal Vermont. It's a DEI program for municipal workers, and 14 towns are in this group. They call it a consort, and we meet once a month. And the name Ideal comes from inclusivity, diversity, equity, action, and leadership. And it is to promote all of these ideals from the towns, because they think that the leadership from municipals will make a difference in the long run. I was up in Richmond because we hold it at a different place every month this past week. And our two discussions, we had two speakers and one for each hour. First one was on refugees in Vermont. The second one was on enhanced, fair and impartial policing. And so much to learn. And I'm a proponent of learning the things that we don't know about. And also, one of the things that we get a chance to do as many times as we want to is the Vermont Library Association will get us books free of charge for us for our own enlightenment. And I asked for some copies, and I'm giving my fellow board members some summer reading to do. I have already read the book. It is an amazing history, but the authors call it a non-history. It is written for high school students. It is absolutely amazing, and both authors have won many awards. So for your summer reading, everybody gets a book. If you don't like it after you're done, you can donate it to a library, or you can give it back to me and I will donate it to the library.
All right. Thank you very much.
So hope you enjoy it. I have.
Thank you very much. Very nice gesture. Kim? Nothing? I just have a couple things. Again, I mentioned, I think last meeting, there's the HHS Alumni Parade on the 24th of June. They would be interested in having select board members sort of march the parade route together, maybe with a sign or something. So if you're interested in that,
I mean,
no, you don't have to. You don't have to be an alum of
Okay.
Hartford High School. So if anyone's interested in that, just let me know and I can get back to the organizers.
What day is it?
The 24th. I'm not sure the day of the week.
Saturday.
Saturday. So there's that. Then finally, I'd like to apologize to all the Celtics fans out there, because after 3 consecutive victories, I changed my routine last night when I watched the game, therefore jinxing them. So again, my apologies. And with that, I think we will move to.
Sorry, can I just got a
Yeah.
reminder that I would like to just let people know that the 4th annual Juneteenth celebration will be happening at Lyman Point Park on June 17th, which is the Saturday prior to the 19th of June. So there'll be more information coming out with details, but mark your calendars for June 17th for the Hartford. It's a collaboration with Lebanon this year as well. So it's Lebanon and Hartford at Lyman Point Park.
Great. I think the Hartford Block Party is right around.
21st.
21st. Okay, great. So some nice activities.
Chairman,
Yep.
one brief. Gail, I just want to acknowledge you as well. I was thinking the other day, you've been working double shift for almost 6 months, maybe more. So I just want to thank you for that. And we have department heads here tonight, so I just want to thank you for working past hours.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you, Rocket. Thank you, everyone. So Gail, we'll go to the significant activity report.
Sure. So does anybody have any questions about what was submitted? And then I have a couple highlights, so we can do the questions first.
Yeah, questions, and then we'll do highlights. Kim?
I just have a couple very minor ones. What in the assessor's report? I don't know about the boundary change for TIF.
Correct. We had a property that the survey or the boundary lines were not clear, and with that change ended up being starting in this next tax year that a resident will be taxed.
Oh. Okay. And then environmental sustainability coordinator.
Can I just stop you for a second? Can I have a follow-up on that real quick, Mike? When, I don't quite understand, when you say the resident will be taxed,
Correct.
haven't they been taxed?
No, they have not. It was identified back in 2017, and through the leadership changes throughout the town, the resident has not been taxed.
Not under the TIF district at all?
Not at all.
Is there any way to gain back?
No, I checked it out.
I would like, all right, never mind. I'll follow up.
It was not a substantial amount of money. I can tell you it was less than $600 for.
Can you say where that property is?
It's on South Main Street.
Kim, you had some other questions?
Just in the DPW, there's reference. Let's see if I can find. Sorry, my notes are not as clear as I thought they were when I wrote them. There's something about waiting for the office in like 3 or 4 different places. And if I can't find it in 1 second, then we will.
Waiting for office to okay.
Yeah, there were like 3 or 4 lines with that in it. Do you know what that means? Like just administrative stuff that's waiting for me?
Brian is here. Brian, would you like to speak to what was in the significant activity report for your departments regarding staff waiting for the office to okay some different items?
Yeah, it was like under the wastewater treatment plant, there was waiting for office to okay Alliance Mechanical, serving thing, waiting for office to okay Duke's Rooted. So is it just administrative stuff you're waiting on?
Yes, I'd have to assume so, that it's just administrative. They're just waiting for whether POs or requisitions to get through the system.
All right, I just didn't understand the language, but I guess that makes sense. It's in progress. Okay, and I think that's it for my say. Thanks, Brian.
I think one question, and I know Gail won't be able to answer this question, but hoping the PD will. In light of the fact that we've had concerns about the park and ride, do you have any, if there were any calls from last meeting to this meeting regarding the park and ride? I mean, I didn't know if you were or not, so it's, okay. I'd be interested to know. So.
You should probably wait until we get to the park and ride, because it
Yeah,
is on
I
the
just didn't know if
agenda.
there were any, in that digestive calls or not, so.
If it's about the parking ride, I can wait, but if it's something else, please come on.
It's to ask all of you to use the microphones that are put in front of you because it's very difficult to hear here. And I can tell you from watching meetings at home, if I can't hear it sitting in the room, I'm not going to hear it sitting at home either. you've got a microphone, you need to lean into it and use it. That's particularly the case in the conversation you were just having. It was difficult to hear Lanny. It was impossible to hear Gail.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Gail before she does the highlights? Okay, no more questions, Gail.
Okay. So first of all, I would say congratulations to Michael Martin. He works in at our Public Works Department. He passed his grad 3 water exam. So congratulations, Michael. Parks and Recreation has lots going on. They're getting ready to have some major events over the next few weeks. One is the Covered Bridges Half Marathon. That's this Sunday. We're also doing a soft opening at the Sherman Manning Aquatic Facility. And also they're preparing for the Queechee Balloon Festival, which will, parking the cars will benefit the Brian Hansen Scholarship Fund. And also we'll be beginning summer camp ventures. And the Parks and Recreation Department successfully submitted their accreditation report that was required by the end of May.
Great. All right, thank you very much, Gail. So we'll move on to board reports, motions, and ordinances. Our first is the highway roadside mower replacement. I believe we have Brian here. This is actually his first time. This is the first time you've been to a meeting, I think, with us.
Yes,
so
it is.
welcome. Welcome. We're glad you're here.
Thank you. First, I want to apologize. I didn't realize my new phone was set up for alerts. I guess there's been a car crash somewhere and I got a BT alert with that, so that's what went off with that. So the first item we have is in regards to a new roadside mower, something that was budgeted and actually in the FY22 budget. So hopefully you have the documentation in front of you. We've been through the bid process. And, you know, Jeremy and Chip Haley have in detail gone through this. So my recommendation to the town manager and to the select board is to consider this for approval. If there's any questions.
You have questions, Mary?
Yeah, first I want to apologize. I wanted to come to your little opening celebration, but I had a spring cold and I didn't want to come coughing into the area. But after I read this, I had just one question. This sounds like a great need that we have. Since we have so many miles of town roads and the mowing, I was wondering about, you know, the warranty option of 5 years or 5,000 hours. How much time will it take to do 5,000 hours? And then I'm just wondering if that warranty is it still a good thing?
Hours wise, I would probably think that we're not going to hit the hours wise, but years wise, the 5 years, I think is what's important. If you're going to have, to me, a major failure for one of your transmissions or your other components on there, it'll happen quickly with that. So I think that's why getting the extended warranty, I know in the past, whether it be a police vehicle or anything like that, I've always put forward with the extended warranties on things.
Thank you.
Randy?
It does not say that in the recommended motion, but I assume this is coming from Champlain Equipment, correct? The New Holland?
Correct.
All
Yes,
right.
it's a Champlain tractor, correct.
All right, so with that said, I don't mind making a motion on this, but I'd like
I'm
to,
happy to entertain a motion.
yeah, I'd like to move that the select board authorize the town manager to purchase a new 2023 New Holland TS6 110 with Samurai 22 mower and the 5-year 5,000 hour warranty for a total of $146,452.38 from Champlain Equipment.
Have a second.
I'll second the motion.
A second from Mary. Any discussion on this one? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you very much, Brian. All right, our next item is the paving contract. I believe we have Chris here for that.
Good evening. So for our fiscal year 24 paving, we managed to get 2 bids. One, the 2 usual bidders on it. We directly sent it out to other firms. No one partaked except for the 2 usual, Blacktop and Pike Industries. During that process of creating the RFP and planning out the projects,
we sat down with V-Trans and found out that they were going to support us for a $200,000 grant for our Class 2 road paving. To fully get the 200, we had to spend 250 on one road. We went over the roads we selected and we extended the length of Christian Street and the work that we're planning to do there in order to get up to an estimated cost of over 250 for that road. We also are in line for $36,000 of grant money for drainage improvements, of which, working with Two Rivers, we identified work on Chandler and Christian Street for that. So we have $775,000 of money dedicated in reserves for paving. The project will be under that with $200,000 grant, but if we fully implement the grants and look for other work, we've identified Quechee-Heartland Road to use the extra money that will come available. So we're recommending, plain and simple, that we be allowed to budget anticipating the grants and finance that through reserves or cash flow and go with Blacktop because they are a much different lower rate at 83.26 per ton versus the 92 for Pike. Understanding that Pike and Blacktop still have labor shortages, so we've had struggles to complete things in the past. We don't necessarily anticipate that being any different, but we don't anticipate it being as bad, as both of them have more employees this year than last year.
Thanks, Chris. Lynn?
So in reading this, Chris, am I to assume that the roads that we're talking about having paved this summer are going to be Christian Street, Chandler Road, and Quechee-Heartland Road, and that's it?
No. So on the
So-
cost funding breakdown, expense and funding breakdown, and it's on our website. The RFP, you can get the links and everything on the website. So Chandler Road is a complete project, and that includes drainage work. There's some areas of drainage where there is no drainage and it's eating up the roadway. Fowler Lane is a small road in Quechee, but it is one we cannot really maintain. It is in such poor condition. VA Cutoff Road, a very critical road to our emergency services. That's overdue for its maintenance pavement. Christian Street is obviously overdue for its maintenance pavement to the degree it now needs some additional work with drainage, some box cutting of the roadway, under draining, etc. Dothan Road is way overdue for its maintenance pavement, so that's leading to some more work on that road. And Grosvenor Street is a side road off of Chandler Road that's in very poor condition. It was not covered when other side streets were done along Chandler Road previously. And then the reason for picking Quechee-Heartland Road is that road is deteriorating faster than our pavement cycle allows us to get to it without the grant money. And we would like to tend to some of the worst in the beginning and work our way south.
Lynn?
So that 148,000 you've got budgeted for Quechee-Heartland, will that take care of all of it from Route 4 to the town line?
No, we're still in the early stages, starting to plan what it's going to take. There's some drainage deficiencies and there's some base issues with the water main replacement that was done there, causing two different settling patterns going on. So we're looking at that and how we're going to resolve that. We'll work in an orderly fashion. It was one of the roads we kind of identified for next year. So we'll go as far as our budget allows us south, and then we'll move on from there.
Okay, so it will see some payment this summer.
Yes.
Okay. I probably shouldn't speak on this because that's a road I live on, but nevertheless, be nice to have fresh pavement.
Lynn? Are there other questions for Chris?
Just if for some reason we don't receive the grants that you're seeking, would you just come back and like reorganize the?
We would, well, obviously, if we don't receive the grants, then Quechee-Heartland Road is put off. And then because if we don't fully receive the grants, because
Christian Street's an environmental review right now, so there's no guarantees. If we don't receive that fully, then obviously we will have to cut back. Christian Street's in bad enough condition. We probably won't cut back on Christian Street. We will probably cut back on Chandler Road.
I'm willing to take a motion on this one. Kim?
No, go ahead.
Whoever.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board authorize the Director of Public Works to execute a contract with Blacktop Inc., utilizing the $775,000 of paving reserves dedicated to this project, and to provide up to $236,000 of short-term financing from other reserves and operating cash flow to fully implement the Class 2 paving grant and grant in aid if awarded.
Second.
Got a second from Lanny. Any discussion on this one? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
Let's make sure we get that grant.
Working.
All right, our next item of business is the Gates Fairview retaining wall update. That's you again, Chris, I believe.
Yeah. All right. So we were asked to give an update on this, and I'll just say that let's be patient and understand this is a geotechnical, structural, civil engineering project. It's a very complex project. Gail sat in. We had a meeting with the engineers to go over some problems that were uncovered through the additional borings and so forth. So it's more complex than probably we were anticipating up front, but they are working through it. So I did provide you some cut sheets of options they were pricing. How we got to those options, and again, they're in the agenda packet, was at our roundtable session, we discussed all the different, it had to be constructability. So we narrowed down the list of options based on constructability, and constructability was determined like, okay, if you live on Fairview Terrace, you know, the wall, the improvements have to be built in a manner that allows you to access your property. Because understand with large retaining walls and slope projects, you often have to cut the earth back and put the earth back up as you go. So trying to find a way to keep a lane open of traffic on Fairview Terrace during construction and be able to support temporary sewer or drainage at the same time became imperative to the project. And those are all drivers of cost. We're partaking in moving the water main out of the road. So that's a driver of cost. That actually takes care of our temporary water service in that area. So that's good. That'll be out of the way. Gives us one less thing, but there's still the impact on the properties below, how it's going to look at the end. These are all drivers of scoping out the project and where it's going to go. So they're now doing cost estimating based on those cross sections to give us an idea in today's numbers, what it's going to look like in cost and impact, so that we can report back to you. These are the most constructible options. These are how they impact the properties below. And at that time, we can go over like the cost difference for less impact versus more impact. And importantly, the impact on properties below on Maplewood Terrace, which is our concern. And again, just a refresher, a memory of how we got to this route was, as a board, the RFP was written for this based on one-way traffic with a pedestrian route. It was set in stone. That's how it's being, so that we didn't diverge in too many avenues. There may be a time when we come back to you, one last second opportunity, and say, if you just go with a bike ped path or something, you could save a ton of money and have way less impact. But we are exploring the exploration as directed. So that's where we're headed right now. Hopefully in another few weeks, we'll have a report, and then we'll be able to set up a presentation to you on it.
Any questions for Christmas, Lane?
When we have down here a start date of August 6th with a completion date of September 6th, we're talking about just the water main, correct?
Yeah, you've jumped ahead to the water main.
Okay. My apologies. Let's go back. All right. That's fine. Sorry.
You good, Lenny?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, Mayor?
Just a quick question. What is stope? Is that stone slope or?
It is a stone slope. I mean, these are very conceptual in nature.
Okay.
It's stone. We did tell them that if there's a stone slope, it's gonna have to be to the V-Trans standard. There's gonna have to be infill and growth on top of it. It can't look like a stone slope, but
Okay,
we are thinking about the citizens and what they will look at.
thank you.
Are there other questions for Chris or comments? Todd, come on up to the microphone, please.
Talking about Gate Street, so I thought I'd show up. Todd Campbell, White River Junction, live at the top of the hill that is closed. Bike, excuse me, bike pedestrian path, not gonna fly, car, drive downtown. That's what we're going for here. I did want to say thank you. I found the link on the website that had the links to the PDFs and the plates and everything. Not a civil engineer, but I did start looking at them. I appreciated those being available. I imagine this project is way too far down the road to ask some construction questions about it, particularly like the pedestrian path. It looked like there was lighting for that. I don't know if those are bullards or street lights or whatever, but it seemed like there's some fluff in there that's not necessary as far as driving costs, especially if it stops at Maplewood and the sidewalk doesn't continue down the rest of the hill or have additional lighting past that point. And like I said, I'm sure we're probably way too far to adjust any of that. But Dave Briggs and I were also wondering if it is a single lane of travel traffic, if there is traffic control mechanisms that could be put in at the top and bottom so that that single lane could alternate the traffic, if that was an option.
Let me quickly speak. So first of all, there are standards for lighting along pedestrian paths, especially in dark areas for the safety of the public. So while the lighting there is there for conceptual visualization to get the engineering proposal out there and make sure they cover it, that doesn't necessarily mean that's what will be there in the final edition. Alternating traffic pattern was squashed by the board originally and was not part of this consideration. The signalization of that, two lights, one top, bottom, people get stuck in the middle. That is actually a pretty expensive engineering project, and maintaining traffic signals, as we know from Prospect Street, is pricey. So that was previously cut from the project. So.
Yeah, but I would be happy to try to go back. We had extensive conversations about that, and so I can go back and try to find which meetings, because I can't recall. It feels like there were even more. There was like an extensive reasoning to not doing the alternating signals. But I can go back to like find those specific bullet points of why, if you would like.
I recall Hannah saying it was the price off the top of her head.
I think there was more to it.
Three-lane change, but I know they do it on Route 10 near the dam. They've got a little thing at the gate. I have no idea how much it costs. It seems like it solves the stuff down. But take that for what it's worth. Other unrelated comments, other than VIII Street, just since it's come up. Thank you for flying Pride Flag. It's appreciated by many members of the community. Thank you for hosting Juneteenth. That is fantastic. And that is it. Oh, don't do the owls.
Don't do the owl. Okay, I appreciate that. So other questions?
I will just add, the complication with the lights, as you think about that or reconsider that at some point, is that we didn't want a stop and start on a hill. So to avoid having 3 sets of lights, because you don't want people stopping at Maplewood before they proceed up, you need a light to keep people on Maplewood going the right way. So.
Other questions for Chris? Okay, thank you, Chris.
Well, is that just for that? We're gonna go on to the
I
other.
think we're going to go on to the Hartford Avenue and other water infrastructure updates. With you, Chris. Oh, Marcy's getting ready for this. Chris, you want to kick it off for us?
Yeah, so I mean, again, a little patience. This is early, early. In fact, it's in our FY '24 budget, so won't really start in earnest until after July.
Okay.
So the first section of town I met with Marcy that we're talking about dealing with is Hartford Avenue and the Wilder area. So I did include a plan. It's on the website. You can see it with a little revision to Bugby Street. That shows the lines that we've identified over the years as our worst lines that still have yet to be replaced in that area. So the goal of the engineering first step for a preliminary plan and scoping and step 2 final design plans is to actually get one permit in place that addresses all of these lines, so that there may be some small lines that can be done in-house for economic reasons if we're fully manned up and have the manpower available. However, to get this on the board so that it can just be budgeted or bonded and not worry about timeline, we're self-funding the step 1 and 2 of this project, which is the engineering basically. So again, it is Hartford Ave, it's Horseshoe Ave, it's Manning Drive, it's Sherman Drive, it is a piece of, well, it's a lot of pieces. Yeah, C Street. There's a couple streets in there. If you look at the plans on there, South Street and James Street that are actually engineered, but we never had full funds to construct it. So the whole, that will go into the package.
Okay.
And as well as we will push the, in the loan package, we would also push in the Latham Works Harrison Ave project that won't be funded through ARPA beyond the railroad crossing and getting down to Latham. So it'll be quite a package. We may have to whittle it back based on finances, but again, there are some opportunities for us to in-house construct some of those lines. So where we're at is right now, we're trying to finish up the RFQ process, which is our water resource rankings. It's very important to the SRF component F utilized. That's where we rank the water resource engineers. The top 3 will bid on the actual project. Okay. Once we complete that, I hope within a couple weeks, we'll be back here telling you, please rank, agree with the updated rankings, which is partly being done because of high turnovers and different things through COVID. And then we'll move on to actually getting communicating with the top 3, narrowing the scope of services, and coming back to you with basically a request to move forward with a contract with.
Okay. You mentioned maybe bonding is necessary.
So
cost.
I mean, we don't have a cost. As you know from our other projects right now, the engineers' estimates are hugely inadequate or inaccurate lately. So some of them have been coming in quite well. Others have just been blown out of territory. So obviously there's the SRF, there's 2 basic in Vermont. There's 2 basic pools of money. One's your SRF through the Vermont Bond Bank, and the rest is you get grouped in with everyone else and to get a bond through the bond bank. There are other opportunities that I'm not sure the town will qualify for because they're income driven. Census reports on that. So we're a little ways off from there.
Questions for Chris? Comments from the public? Hello, Marcy.
This is water. I got it out of my tap. I drink tap water. I don't buy water unless there's no water. Then I have to buy water. Brian, I'm Marcy Bartlett. I looked to meet you and couldn't get to your welcome time. Welcome to Hartford.
Thank you.
Glad to have you. You've inherited some really quality people coming to the town of Hartford. I don't have Jeremy on speed dial, but he knows me. And Chris was very good to me as I showed up the other day and just picked his brain. Want to read an email I read to the list or wrote to the listserv. Hello neighbors, this week I stopped This week I stopped in at our DPW and Chris Holsworth, project manager, graciously explained to me many of the faucets of this project. And then I praise you guys for that functionality thing on the website where if I'm interested in that, I can go click and it opens and I can read it further. Whoever needs to be thanked, would you thank them? Thank you. And then you can go down and click and see the different pieces of the puzzle. So it was a pleasure to listen to someone who had an obvious command of how to get there from here and the manifold moving parts along the way. It's a thing of beauty to watch someone who's really good at what they do and learn. Like you said, Mary, you like to learn. I like to learn. That way, when heavy, so I've encouraged people to participate in the conversation as they are able. That way, when heavy equipment shows up on your street, you'll know what to expect and just be ready. Like I said before, while you may never call the police or EMS in your years of residency in Hartford, you wash, flush, brush, rinse, and clean numerous times each day. Water and infrastructure is so very forgettable until you don't have it. So I think infrastructure is great stuff, and I'm very grateful for this process to be out in the public, to be able to keep it moving forward. Rocket, thank you for bringing up the subject of grants. I don't know how you guys do that, find that, go after it, get it, whatever you can do to get us money, because I anticipate this being a really big ticket item. And I would prefer not to have neighbors scowling at me for being the voice of the project, because it costs a lot of money. So, thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Marcy. Kathy?
Kathy Delisick, Wilder, Vermont, neighbor across Division Street from Marcy. Whatever, I've spoken about this before because I've lost track of how many times the water mains have broken. And when we are outside, I'm sure you guys would love to have them fixed. I've completely lost track of it over the years. And, we all know to text each other and say, okay, water's off, boil it, whatever. We pick up gallons of water for our neighbors, a lot of whom we have some basically housebound neighbors, and we go and buy water for them. So anything that can be done to help with this, to get it done, would be great. I think you heard from the retired director of water, of the water department at one of these previous meetings, and he said this has been kicked down the road so much, so it's not any one select board or anything, but it's been kicked down the road a lot. And as traffic has increased on Hartford Ave in particular, including those enormous Casella trucks, which are near constant now, it can only be worse. It was a little dismaying in one way to see that Hartford Ave was repaved last year. It would have been nice if that could have been combined with this and fiber optic. But anyway, it would be great if we could get this taken care of, particularly while we're encouraging people to move to that area, which is one of the areas of infill where we advertise that we have town services.
Yeah.
So also super positive on this.
Great. Thank you, Kathy. Any other questions or comments for Chris on this? Okay. Thank you very much, Chris. Very appreciated. And thank you, Brian. Look forward to seeing you here again. All right. So our next item is the Hartford Avenue speed study.
So I think we're not doing the 5B, Fairview water main and main bus culvert.
Oh, I think that was in the, that was.
About the other items that were listed on there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So when we talked about the Fairview, there were a couple, there was like the box culvert update. Yeah. If you could just go through that for us.
So, just bringing it up, construction of the Fairview Terrace water main, which actually involves Gate Street Hill, is we've signed contracts on that. It's going to be started August 8th tentatively right now, and it's going to end September 6th, hopefully. That will make that hill a lot safer. I have sent out notices to the project, asking them to give us their contact information. So if you didn't get the letter and you hear this, that's our first contact. We want to be able to coordinate outreach with you, impacts to you, try to lessen them and coordinate them. Also coming up after that one, if there's no questions. Yeah.
Lanny, and then we'll hear from the public.
Yeah, after you get the, after you get the water main rerouted, what is there left for infrastructure underneath that road?
The sewer and there is telecommunications. The sewer is located more into the historical road. And what I say historical is you can obviously see the historical path of the road as you go down the hill. It's what's not collapsing down the hill. The water main has a short section that is actually out into the newer portion of the road, newer half of the road that is shifting dramatically.
So the wastewater is not in jeopardy of
No.
anything if there's collapse at this point? Or
No, if there's the idea about getting the water main out of that situation is that the water main is in a location that's more in jeopardy of settling. So if most ductile iron is going to hold itself through quite a few joints in place, even if the ground goes out of it. But we know of instances like Ravenswood Terrace where it got washed out. And that's a bad thing. So the idea is to get it out of that situation that if the pipe does deflect more than its design capacity, it's not going to wipe out the whole hill.
And because of I've seen a map of this before, but because it's hard to understand that, where is the actual deviation from where it is on Gate Street going to happen? And where's it going to reconnect that on top of the?
So if you go and look between retaining wall sections up there, where there's some power poles at Maplewood Drive, you can see the historic roadway coming down from the end of Fairview Terrace. And so we're actually going to go through some town-owned land and directional bore a continuous fused pipe so that there is never the possibility of a joint coming apart. And it'll be a more secure pipe going down the hill than currently.
So will it go at a 45 up through, or will it come straight down over the hill?
A 45.
45 degree. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just curious, and the impact upon people up on Fairview Terrace, how much of a section of the road will be impacted up there for?
Well, the Fairview Terrace extension will be impacted during construction. That's who the outreach is currently going to. They will have a brand new water main in place, an 8-inch line. Currently, it's served by a 6-inch line, which isn't even legal for fire protection. So given the size of the historic structures and the number of them that have quite a few apartment units in them, we're going to be able to serve it with two fire hydrants that are actually with the ability to actually be
The question
used.
was how much of the street is going to be impacted?
Well, the goal will be to maintain one-way traffic at all times. If there are certain times a day where they're going to get blocked off, we're going to have a requirement that it all has to be coordinated well in advance.
And is that the only construction that residents on that street will see this summer?
The water main construction?
Is that the only construction at all? Because we're not breaking ground on Fairview Terrace.
No, we're engineering.
Right, so the only construction that people are going to see is water main improvements, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, would you like to comment? Just
Sorry.
introduce yourself, please.
Sherry McCleary,
Yep.
Forest Hills Ave. Sorry, you must have started the thing a little bit early. But you're talking about the projects for Hartford Ave, which is the worst area to be starting with. I mean, not starting with, but the worst area that needs to be addressed. And then you're also talking about Fairview Terrace. What about Forest Hills Ave?
So-
When will that?
So phase 2 of engineering is what we call the terraces, the White River Junction terraces. And so that won't be this year. If all goes well and funding's adequate, we would be looking at engineering step 1 services of getting underway for the terraces next year in the next fiscal year budget.
Forest Hills is considered
Part of the terraces, yep.
starting.
So basically you can go from anything above like Gate Street, South Main Street, Route 5, and then to Sykes Mountain Ave is the area we call the terraces.
Okay. So just no.
Just to be clear, to keep expectations clear, when he says next year, I think you mean fiscal year.
Fiscal year
25.
25,
So
yes.
the fiscal year 24 starts July 1st, 2023 and goes till June 30th, 2024. So that means there's not funding approved yet for fiscal year 2025. So just when we say next year, so it's a bit longer, yeah.
Great. Any more questions for Chris on that one? I think just the box culvert.
Yeah. So much anticipated, the box culvert in Queechee, it's going to be a disruption. We understand that. We have reached out to the abutters on that. First and foremost, to start with, it is anticipated to start on July 17th with a completion date of September 14th. Any small punch item list work beyond that has to be done by October 14th. And during that construction, the traffic will be at sometimes one way and it will be controlled with temporary traffic lights. So that should be a little bit nicer situation than some might have anticipated.
Thanks for the update. Any questions? Any more?
It's, Chris isn't on here and it's not under the Queechee box cover, cover that, but what's the status on the South Main Street parking lot?
So we went out to bid. We have a recommendation to award the bid. It's a TIF project, so that has been sent to planning and zoning to for them to approve to get you a recommendation to award it. The winner, the apparent winner, I'll say that, guarded, it's public knowledge anyway, is Knott's Construction here in town. We are having great difficulty finding participants to help us with temporary parking. There's been a lot of no's. Northern Stage is the one entity who has said we could find a place for our employees. However, that is probably more useful if we use it for staging like we did on Gate Street and so forth, would actually free up more parking than that. So there will be an impact. We've tried to alleviate it, hoping someone will come through and allow us to set up temporary parking on them. But again, there is a desire by Knott's to actually get this project substantially complete this year. So that would be fast tracked and that would be nice and good.
When is groundbreaking?
Until we award a contract, we cannot.
When is, well,
them commit. I can't even begin to have them commit to a schedule until it would probably be, I would say, August. But that's just hearsay.
And one more
Unless
thing.
any of
Yeah,
the
one
word,
thing. There was a citizen, Mr. Morris, had brought forth parking proposals or ideas for parking down by what is the Comfort Warehouse? Not Comfort Warehouse. Yeah, Home Comfort Warehouse. Has that been explored by the town as far as for temporary parking?
So
I understand it's a floodplain, but for temporary parking.
So again, that's been looked at for all sorts of purposes on a conceptual level. That was under a different administration. We did bring in some engineers to tell us if it was crazy, given it's a riparian. How do I put this? If a private developer comes into you with a development plan for that piece of land that has mapped riparian buffers on it, that has wetlands mapped on it, that has all sorts of species mapped on it, that is 7 feet below the flood level, and wanted to develop it, the answer is probably going to be no. I understand we're a municipality. So we did push an engineer to give us an opinion on it. And the answer was not very likely, politely. So if you would like to push on it, that is not something I can.
We understand that, but I mean, we're talking about potential for temporary parking. I mean,
well, we drove down there looking at it for potential parking, and the lot is quite used right now.
It's quite what?
It's quite used and
used.
Used, yes.
Okay.
There's a lot parked on it, and RSG leases parking spaces on it. So, I mean,
see, right now, there's no thought of using that for temporary parking. this summer during the construction of the South Main Street lot, correct?
If you want to direct me to go reach out to them and find a few
Just a question.
spaces.
There is yes or
No,
no? There's
it's not.
Okay, that's all I was looking for.
Okay. Kim?
I just wanted to express my appreciation for having those documents on the website and the projects, the links to the projects. Now I feel like it's a way, I can't retain all of this information. And so when I have a place that I know I can go and find information, it's really appreciated. So I just want to say thank you for that.
I can't promise I'm going to keep it up all the time. It's hard finding the time to do it, but I will try to keep it. There's a lot of projects that still aren't posted, so.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
I think we have the speed study. I don't know if you want to do the speed study, then a break, or if people want to break now. All right, let's do the speed study. Come on down, Chief Sheldon.
And Matt, would you like to come up as well, please?
You can go all night, Mike. You're the one that needs a break.
Okay, do we want to play that?
You're the one that needs a break, not us.
We'll see what happens. I can do one of those now.
Okay, you can't
do it.
Let's walk out.
Matt, just make sure that he's speaking to the microphone.
Okay, so we're here, hear from Chief on the safety, the speed study.
Well, as I said in my notes to you all, I believe back in February, it was recommended that the board send a letter to the Traffic Safety Committee, State of Vermont. I'm not sure, I'm not aware if that's been done or not. That was a study to reduce the speed to 25. Without that study, we cannot move forward with that, considering it's a state roadway. That's the one topic, speed.
So I understand baseball, at least on the memo, there's that talk about reducing the speed, right? And then some of the crosswalk modifications that happened, and then the speed on the south side, right? So it sounded like if we wanted to do some of this, we would have to do like a letter to like AOT, is that right? Or?
I believe it's the Traffic Safety Committee, State of Vermont.
Okay, Traffic Safety Committee.
Matt, do you have any input on this? What we would have to do to send to have the study done?
The speed study would be required before submitting the request to the Vermont Traffic Committee.
Okay.
It's my understanding they're the ones that will do the speed study. So I can clarify that.
I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, so
Ellie?
I'm sorry, could you clarify then what has to happen first? Is it the speed study and then a letter, or is it that we need to do a letter to then support a speed study to then support the rest? If you could cover that again, that would be helpful.
Yeah, it was my understanding that we have to do the speed study or work with the Regional Planning Commission to do a speed study before making the request to the Vermont Traffic Committee.
So what would, in like where it says, Sergeant Solomita contacted Shannon Gilbert of Vermont AOT and was advised that they require a formal request from the town of Hartford to explore lowering the speed limit on Hartford Avenue. So what is that formal request? Who needs to do what? What I'm curious to know.
Yeah, basically the select board or the town manager can make that request. So we're there are two sections of Hartford Avenue that have been discussed for consideration of reducing the speed limit. One is through Wilder Village, north of Bugby Street, and the other one is south of Bugby Street.
In that, this traffic shop work order that somehow was sent to Michelle Valesky, do you know what is? I'm really confused as to what needs to happen next. I would support moving forward with this formal request, but I don't know who to direct to do that.
Yeah, Chief, in your professional opinion, what do you think needs to take place on Hartford Avenue to mitigate speeds?
Well, it could be a lot of things. It could be environmental design or roadway design. It could be more enforcement. We do have our new speed card. We're waiting to get it registered and insured. Once it's registered and insured, it'll be up on Hartford Avenue where we can collect data to see what the speeds are and the number of vehicles that travel that roadway in a specific period of time. That will be very useful information when we're making these decisions. Right now, we don't have that information.
Does lowering speed limits, is that effective?
I don't know if going from 30 to 25 is going to make a whole big difference up there. We won't know until we get some sort of study done to actually tell us what the data shows us.
Okay, thank you.
So if we wanted to have a study, we would just make a motion to do the study, right, for that particular stretch. So I know this came to us from a constituent talking about wanting to reduce the speed when you're going down into Wilder from Hartford, right, from 30 to 25. And it sounded like because that's a state highway, we have to like go through some hoops essentially in order for them to actually lower the speed limit. I think the first what was mentioned was doing a study, right, of the traffic, how fast people go and how much, how much traffic we get through there. So if that's the first step, the board wants to do that, I think it's just us figuring out what the motion is that we need to make on that. Because we would basically say we want a traffic study there at that portion, and that would get the process rolling. Is that a traffic study that the state has to do, or is it something that we can do as a municipality? If
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I believe a scoping study, which is more than speed, can be done by either a grant through the planning and development or through the state. I'm not sure if our speed cart is a official study, but it would definitely give us some ammunition as far as a town when we approach the state safety committee.
So I just want to clarify there's two separate studies. So once a speed study is done, then the state V-Trans would conduct an engineering study.
Okay.
And then from that engineering study, they would make a recommendation to the Vermont Traffic Committee. And then they would make a decision on that. A bicycle pedestrian scoping study is that which takes a look at making a corridor safer for bicycles and pedestrians. So that's a separate process. We've done a half a dozen bike ped scoping studies in the last 20 years. The most recent one was in West Hartford in 2017. So there's extensive public involvement with those bike ped scoping studies.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm confused. Does the speed cart actually collect data?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I didn't realize that. Okay.
Rocky?
So it sounds like the most reasonable course of action here is for the select board to authorize town management to submit a formal request for a speed limit reduction to the state traffic safety committee, which would then possibly accept to begin the review, which would then later on open up the possibility for an engineering study. Is that correct? That's what is within the control of the select board to help move this process along. Yeah.
I think Marcy had a comment, but yes, Rocky, if you could make a motion on that,
Sure.
that would be helpful.
Thank you. All it takes is one fatality of somebody speeding for us to remember why we're doing this tonight, okay? Part of the reason I'm passionate about this is my husband has a sibling he never knew. Growing up in Rumford, Maine, sister got off the school bus, struck and killed, 5 years old. Okay. These are real human beings, and so you don't get a second chance after the fact. Okay. The other day I'm in my yard, school buses stopped, Hartford Ave division, stop signs out, flashing lights, and a car blew right by it. The bus driver sounded the horn, and the guy was gone, just gone. It happens so fast, okay? I mean, this is the human intelligence of living there that I don't know how to quantify that for you. I am all for actually ticketing for speed if we have the stomach to see that happen, the blue light special, okay? Because it's cheaper than having to grieve as a community for the death of a human being. It's that simple. As for crosswalks and signs, et cetera, those are good, but there's nothing quite like having gotten a ticket. Or maybe points on your license if they still do that.
Marcy, Kathy?
Happy to say Wilder, Vermont. Sorry, there's a lot of Hartford Wilder stuff
Yeah.
happening right now. What Marcy said, whatever we have to do to get people to slow down on that road, to get people to stop at the crosswalks, to get people to pay attention to the school buses. It's a heavily traveled road. Does it need to be? If people want to do 60, they can get on the interstate and go between Norwich and Hanover and Wilder if they want, and White River. But we've been living there for decades, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. And it's terrifying. There's a lot of schools along the way. We are, the town encourages kids to bike and ride to Dothan School. We've got the RAP program and the autism program on our block. And it's terrifying. And if you've ever been out mowing your lawn or shoveling or something like that, you were inches away from being like road pizza when these 18-wheelers come by flying up the road. So thank you for anything you all can do.
Thank you, Kathy.
Sure.
Kim, you have a question?
Just briefly, if I may, so I'm still not clear what that traffic shop work order does, like, is it?
I've seen it.
The signage maybe?
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm not sure who, other than Michelle
Because
Bolesky
it looks like it was
requested it.
done in April, so I'm
Yeah.
but it doesn't seem to be related to this discussion.
Maybe in the whole entire Hartford Avenue discussion, but not necessarily in the speed reduction. though.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Colin Butler, Hartford. This is not one of the items that I wanted to speak to you on this evening, but I feel compelled to get up here and share my opinion. I have absolutely no objection. Let me stop and begin. Thank you so much for having a meeting where we're working on infrastructure items for the town, where everything that's being discussed is of import to virtually everybody in town. Thank you so much for the concentration on nuts and bolts issues. I don't have a problem with ordering up a traffic study, if that's what, or survey, if that's the first step in determining whether there's a speed problem. I think you've heard anecdotally from a couple of residents that there is a speed problem. I drive through there at least 4 times a day. I don't see a problem. I stay right at the speed limit all the way through Wilder Village. And I go up the hill and I try to maintain 30 all the way down to White River Junction. And I do a pretty good job of it. And once in a great while, somebody will pass me where the road becomes 2 lanes. But other than that, nobody's piling up behind me. They're all pretty much staying at the speed limit that I'm enforcing by driving it. Once you have a speed study in place, the results come back and it says, move the speed limit from 30 down to 25. Do you honestly think that's going to change anything? Do you think the example of somebody passing a stopped school bus would change if the speed limit through Wilder Village was 25 rather than 30? I really doubt it. I don't think that person gives a damn what the speed limit is. He or she was going to go through there just the way she did or he did, because that's the way they drive. And changing the speed limit is just going to make it slower for the rest of us and tempt more people to speed by sticking to the 30 maybe that they're used to. I don't see the need to reduce the speed limit. If anything, put some police surveillance down there and write some tickets. I think the town is averse to writing tickets for anything that's contrary to current town statute or town ordinance. And that's got to change. People need to be reminded to obey the law. And if they were reminded to drive 30, I think most of the complaints that people have would go away. And the last thing I would say is, this originated with one resident in Wilder Village who wanted to reduce the speed limit from 30 to 25 down around the corner where I think it's Frost drive, or road or street comes out, Frost Park is down and back. A little short section. And he was probably asking for the whole of Wilder Village. How did it go up the hill all the way to Bugby? And if you're going to do a study of all the way to Bugby or Budgie, then it ought to go all the way to White River Junction, because it's really not a different situation as far as the road's concerned, all the way through there, from north of Wilder Village, all the way to White River Junction. So
Thank you, Tom.
think about that, please.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Yeah. I think you make some great points. I actually think that government, has a tendency to regulate everything, to regulation for every small problem rather than targeted solutions. So I think I hear that. I'm going to still make this motion in support of this because it is something that we've heard a lot of requests for. And I think that it is just our responsibility as a select board to see through that opportunity, at which point there will be many opportunities for further conversation about that. But I do think that there was a very valid set of points. But I will also say that moving the speed limit 5 miles an hour down does make a speeder 5 miles an hour closer to a felony, or to an infraction. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the select board authorize Town of Hartford management to submit a formal request for a speed limit reduction on Hartford Avenue to the State Traffic Safety Committee.
Is that
Sound
adequate?
appropriate? Okay.
Second.
We'll have a second. Kim, any discussion on that? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So was it aye?
Nay.
Nay, okay, so we got a no from Lanny. All right, well, we're gonna take 5 and then we're gonna come back and talk about the public. So I'll see everybody back here around 7:35.
So we will proceed with the meeting. Our next item is the park and ride. And so we've had a discussion about this at the last meeting. One suggestion is that we close it on a temporary basis. We think about, possibly adding cameras or lighting and working out those issues, whether those would be feasible. We don't actually have a recommended motion in here, but if the board wanted to close the park and ride on a temporary basis, we would just need someone to make a motion. We would vote on that. If we want to keep it open, we don't have to do anything, really. We don't have to make a motion, but I'm sure we'll hear from a number of people. So we can either kick it off as discussion between us, or if people have comments about the park and ride, please come up. So Lanny and then Mr. Trotter can come up.
Yeah, I would really like to know verifiable incidences from the PD that have happened at this park and ride to warrant closure. So I haven't actually seen that. If there's been verifiable instances, and that's a piece of information that would be worthwhile. Can that be provided at a future time? Or does this decision have to be made tonight, or?
The decision definitely doesn't have to be made this evening. Chief Sheldon did provide a list of the calls that PD had gone to the park and ride for. And I think the main reason why I brought this to the board is because we as staff have received hundreds of phone calls from different residents, not just one resident, multiple residents regarding their safety. They feel unsafe. And so, which is why I brought it to you, to the board, to make that decision, whether or not, the residents' concerns are priority enough to close it or not to close it. I don't think that there's much more that PD can offer. They did provide you the log.
No, I understand completely that we've had numerous calls on this, but I also understand that some of the calls may have been, I don't want to say unwarranted, because people should never be fearful of their living situation, but I just would really like to know how many of the calls were verified that there was an actual incident that was worthy of us closing the park and ride for. If there was drug paraphernalia, if there was witnessed, PD involvement, drug dealing, or something of that nature that would give us the hard and fast, no questions asked, we need to close it. So far, I haven't seen that other than citizens' concerns, and I really appreciate the citizens' concerns, and I do take those to heart. But we should base our decisions on data, as well as, in my opinion, on data more so than emotion. And we haven't had the data, in my opinion, that's been presented to warrant this. So I don't know if that's something that the PD can respond to, that are actual warranted claims or warranted reasons for closure. I know, understanding that no one should live in fear.
Well, my recommendation to the town manager was I would support closing it. I couldn't support it from the fact that it's a crime-ridden area and dangerous, but from the fact that it's being used for things that it wasn't designed for, like a public restroom, littering. There was a washing machine out there at one point that DPW had to pick up, a small camping washing machine. It's being used for illegitimate reasons. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I did respond to a citizen who was concerned about the park and ride. And we ran a 300-foot radius around it in part one crimes, which are your most serious crimes that the FBI wants us to track, and the feds. There wasn't enough for me to say that's the reason to close. Part two crimes, the lesser of the crimes in severity and violence, there wasn't enough for me to say there's a consistent problem there as far as criminal activity. Now, there are other issues going on there, yes. And when we do go up and respond, sometimes it's unfounded, meaning the complaint comes in as someone sleeping overnight. When we get there, they're actually not sleeping overnight. So we consider that unfounded. We do address it and talk to the people and make contact. There are some drug calls when we get there. Obviously, when people show up in a police cruiser with blue lights on top, you don't typically find drug dealers standing there selling their drugs. They're gone before we get there. And most drug transactions are fairly quick. I wouldn't call the park and ride an open air drug market at this point. I don't have the data to back that up either. Speaking with the officers and the command staff at the PD, I can speak for them in saying we don't seem to have a lot of violence there or drug problems that we can actually relate to specifically to park and ride. There are some drug issues absolutely going on there, but not enough to document a serious crime problem. It doesn't take away people's perception of safety, and that is an important consideration.
So other than completely closing the park and ride, the addition of signs or the addition of cameras is not going to stop the illicit activity that's taking place, correct?
Not necessarily a deterrent. Everybody's got cameras nowadays. What it does do is gives us a tool to use in our enforcement. So if someone calls in and says there's drug activity going on, instead of sending an officer up, or while the officer is en route, we can, dispatch might be able to log in if it's set up that way and watch what's going on. And say the car just pulled out, it's a blue Honda, then the officer can look for a reason to stop the car and so forth. It's a tool. It's not an end all be all, no. I do have a call into the Burlington City Attorney to see what they went through for all their camera systems that they have. They have over 200 cameras in Burlington now. I don't have a response back from them yet. As far as privacy issues, the concerns they had from the citizens and what avenues they took to put policies in place to satisfy everybody. But once I have that, I'll share it.
Thank you.
Just quickly, I want to thank the people who spoke to us the last time about their concerns about park and ride. And I also want to thank the people who sent us messages, Tom, Sarah, Rachel, Kellen, White. And I think I'm feeling the same way that Lanny is feeling. I'm a little bit concerned that we might be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I think the park and ride is generally used to park and ride, and people are using it to cut down on to make sure that they're carpooling so they can cut down on their traveling. Are there other things going on? It happens. And, one of the things that I've said and Tom knows this very well, this year was the first year that Brett Mayfield found 8 needles down at Watson Park. So, I mean, these things are going to happen. They'll just move somewhere else. I don't know what the answer is. I don't have it, but I do know from having been in 2 homeowners associations that one of the problems we have never been able to address was people dumping stuff. And these were even in privately owned places. After dark, someone come by and dump all their furniture that they don't want anymore, and we'd end up having to pay for it. We thought about cameras. We already had lights, but it's just, it's not an easy answer, an easy fix. I think it's, I would defer to learning about, more violence and crimes. And if, and I worry about lights because actually I think lights are more disturbing if they're motion lights and they go on and off and on and off and on and on. If I was a person who lived right there. But I just think we have to be very careful to, acknowledge that there are fears that people have. But I don't know if closing the park and ride is the answer for fears.
I have one question, possibly 2, but then there's a couple hands up when you're ready. Answer. Am I remembering? Does anyone recall if I feel like there was does anyone recall there being some funding for some solar powered lights to go in that parking lot? Does that ring a bell?
Right. So Dana, the environmental sustainability coordinator, he actually reached out to the state of Vermont, and there is a grant that's becoming available, but it's not going to be available until August or September. And so he did he requested that the town of Hartford have our name in that location listed, not only for lighting, but also for it to be a potential EV site.
And just, so the other second question I have is, Chief Sheldon, do you know, is that City Protect application, whatever it is it functional? Like, I just sent, when Lanny was asking about how many direct calls have there been from that location, so I pulled up the most recent one, and I saw one in that block on Hartford Ave, but then I went and looked at like the last 5 of them before that, and they're all like 0, 0, 0. Like, is that populated by stuff coming out of HPD or?
Yeah, that's populated by HPD
Something.
data from our Spillman program. That was, my understanding is there was a problem with it and we just got it going again, to be more accurate. So
Okay.
calls for service and crime are 2 separate things and sometimes they're confused. So the crime in that area is low. The calls for service are, I think it was 47 since last July till now, last week or week before. But the crime itself, Part 1 crimes, I think over 10 years was less than 1 a year, which is the really, homicides and rapes and things like that, the violent stuff. Part 2 crimes, I don't remember exactly, but it was under 5 or under 2 a year for the last 10 years. Again, it doesn't count for calls for service, but that's the crime.
Yeah. And calls for service, we see in significant activities, we just don't see the location of it. So in that City Protect, we see the location, but not all the calls for service.
Well, you should see all the calls for service that we put in once it's operating effectively and appropriately.
Okay.
I'd have to get with our Spillman administrator later this week and find out. I know she was working on it last week because that's an important tool. They can circle an area and it will populate all the calls for that neighborhood area. And that's really an important tool for the citizens and transparency.
Okay. And that would be just HPD, not fire as well, right?
It's a combined number.
Is that okay?
So some are for PD, some are for fire, but it's been glitchy for lack of a better word. They've been working on it.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, so there's 2 hands up when you're ready.
Okay, well, let's see if anyone in the room wants to come speak before we Zoom. So just whoever gets up there. Go ahead. Just identify yourself.
Right, yeah. My name's Tom Kale. I'm a resident of White River Junction. Live on Sergeant Street behind the Shady Lawn Hotel. So first of all, I want to say that I use the park and ride pretty frequently, at least 3 or 4 times a month. A lot of times I meet people for the hiking group, the Green Mountain Club. Probably the club uses it 15 to 20 times a month for different activities that people would meet. All year round, all 12 months of the year. So I'm fairly familiar. I've been using it for over 10 years now. The major concern is that there's no other park and ride in the I-91 89 intersection on the Vermont side. So we don't have a park and ride. I mean, it'd be good without another alternative. It really limits the carpooling and those other aspects. As far as my personal experience, I share the concern that's been expressed by the board that if it's a public safety, we need to have data and not just random examples. Because my anecdotal experience has been there have been no problems. I mean, there was that van that was there last fall, early winter, that people were living in that they got removed, so that was a problem. But I don't think there's that much litter any more than any place else in town. Has been my experience over the last 10 years. So, and the final thing is the climate concern. Obviously, the town of Hartford spend hundreds of thousands, maybe we're spending millions of dollars on mitigating climate concern. And carpooling is just a simple, effective, common sense way to reduce traffic and carbon. So without another viable alternative in the town where people could conveniently gather, the parking lot downtown really, for people to gather down there, it's hard to find, it's crowded, it's already got a parking problem in downtown White River. So that really doesn't seem like a viable alternative. So we're spending all this money on the climate. It just doesn't make sense to get rid of a practical solution that's been working for 14 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you. More comment from the public.
Yeah, my name's Tom McCleary. I'm a resident of the town of Hartford, live up on Forest Hills Avenue area. Like Tom, I'm also a member of the local hiking club that I just really reiterate what he was saying about the frequent use of the parking lot for our origination of a lot of our hikes that we do. I don't know, it's probably 15 a month, but it's a lot. And almost every hike that we do, we originate there. And there's folks coming in Thetford, Springfield, because it's such a centralized location. And one of the things that I've sort of thought of, and should be pointed out, is the fact, we talk about crime. I consider the park and rides as sort of a safe harbor for people that are traveling long distances. They know if there's a park and ride, they're feeling tired, there's maybe someplace they'd rather go than just a rest area that's not lighted at all, except for the ones that are, which aren't very many in Vermont. They can get off the interstate and cruise on over to the nearest park and ride, rest there for a while. I mean, that's why I would consider that to be more or less a safe harbor to crime or whatnot. And it does seem to be contrary to the whole idea of reducing the carbon footprint to close the park and ride. It's carpooling. Aren't we supposed to be doing what we can? We've got a certain goals for the town to reduce. I mean, this is sort of seems so foolish to close the park and ride. So the challenge we have to reduce the carbon footprint. And it's only going to, increase the parking situation, the parking problem in downtown by close it. It just seems like, I don't know, kind of and there's certainly ways to address the neighbors' problems without closing the parking lot.
Thank you. Mr. Trottier's been trying to get out, but third time's the charm. All right.
Okay, I want to address this parking lot issue here. There's a multifaceted issue. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Joe Trottier, lifetime resident of Wilder, Hartford. I'm the caretaker at the Advent Campground across the road nearby the parking lot. Okay, my concerns, some people think they're frivolous, but I think it's very important because, words count. And I think what they did when they named that was a big mistake. I think that was a mistake. When they put the interstate road, they didn't check with anybody in the town and just arbitrarily came up with that Wilder exit. Okay, that is not Wilder, Vermont. It never has been. That's always been in the past. Taft Flat. Okay, and my campground has been there since 1887. I'm going to give you a little show and tell here. Yes. Oh, excuse me. Like I said, the campground's been there since 1887. And it was purchased from Mr. Taft, who owned that whole area, commonly known as, lo and behold, Taft Flat. That sign used to appear on properly nomenclature. I don't know when they changed the name to Hartford Avenue. To me, that never made sense because Hartford is that way. Wilder is that way. So it's confusing. And now when they named it, what's the name? They're calling it the parking, the Wilder parking. Well, even, I talked to a lot of people that come and go through there in various organizations and so forth, and they don't even know. They're confused where Wilder is, White River is. And okay, now you've got businesses all there. And this is all those businesses there. Mm-hmm. Every single one of them, White River Junction, Vermont, not Wilder, Vermont. So I think that it's causing confusion even with some of their customers. So that signage needs to be changed. I know it's not a big deal, but people say, "Oh, what a big deal!" Well, I believe in preserving history. I've lived there, and our campground has been there since 1887. we at times have literally thousands of people come there by train. We had our own train landed there. And we kind of preserved that. But there are little thousands of people coming and going. And like our signs. White River Junction, Vermont, annual camp meeting. It's been that way since it's founded in 1887, and they started up, I believe, that year. So, again, camp meeting, White River Junction. So I am begging you to, when you rename that parking, that you at least consider calling it Taft Parking. Okay, because there's a lot of history, and even though, there's a lot of thing about boundaries and so forth, but I was lucky enough to meet with Matt Osborne today, and he gave me a history of that area with Mr. Taft and so forth, defining that whole entire area, and a survey of 5 of Taft Flats neighborhoods. And I gave you all a copy. We're not going to get into that.
Yep.
But it makes sense to me, to preserve our history. People are confused. They don't even know whether they live in Wilder or White River up there. And the worst thing is, United States Postal Service, for their convenience, has divided that area up into addresses. Some are White River and some are Wilder. Now, why did they do that without checking with people? It's arbitrary for the convenience of their post office. It's like when I was in the Air Force, they changed my SOS or whatever they call it, as far as my position. In
MOS.
They said, it said, well, it doesn't matter. They guaranteed me, for example, I was going to go in electronics, and they stuck me in something else. And they said, it's the convenience of the Air Force. So
Thank you, Mr.
let's correct the mistake. When we change that, well, the other thing is I'm hearing a lot of input from people too. They do not want that thing closed.
Okay.
And I think what you should do really is you should have an open meeting or a meeting with people and get some input from them.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate everything you brought in and giving us this. I know, I hope so too. And you mentioned to me, I think that your camp is on the Register of Historical Places. So you may want to talk to the state if we can get one of those green historical signs out around there. It could be something to think about.
But I'm thinking of, quite frankly, it's after my board of there is having to have that annual base of railroad.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice.
So, I gotta go through that with the board.
Yeah.
I've been there, I started going there when I was 7.
Yep.
77.
Yeah, there you go.
Affiliated with them all these years.
Yeah, that's great.
Various positions, just like every 50 years of service to the town.
Thank you very much.
For your time.
Yeah, of course.
Consideration.
And Mr. Trotter, next time you'll have to bring us some of your award-winning pie.
Oh,
Yeah.
you want to tell you about that?
All right, Lanny had the comment and I think Colin was next.
Dale, is it within the purview of the select board to change the name of the parking ride?
I'm not sure. I would have to check into that.
Yes.
Well,
That'd be interesting to know if that, it'd be interesting to know if we have, if it's within our ability to change the name of the parking lot.
Let's decide if we're keeping it open first.
Yeah, different topic.
All right, Colin, I think you were up next. Thank you very much, Mr. Trotter.
You're welcome.
I think I can yield 4 minutes to Mr. Trotter and still have plenty of time to share my thought with you. It's pretty easy. I gave you a compliment earlier, and that's something you don't squeeze out of me all that often for working on infrastructure. This is another infrastructure item. And like all the infrastructure stuff that comes along, all the nuts and bolts stuff that you are going to deal with, I expect that you're going to use scientific data wherever it's available, or you develop the data if it's not available, and you don't yield to the temptation of answering to a few people who are more vocal than the other 10,000 of us that live in Hartford. It's a good resource for the town, whether it's the Wilder Park and Ride or the Taft's Flat Park and Ride. On the Wilder exit of the interstate, by the way. You should not make a decision this evening on anything other than tabling the discussion until you've got adequate information to make an informed decision, which could be anything at this point. But there's certainly no proof that you have available. There's not one scrap of paper in tonight's board packet that speaks to this issue. So I'd ask you to table it or let it die, but not to make a decision to do something one way or the other tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? I know we have some hands. Yes, please come on.
Hi, good evening. My name is Adam Carroll. I am a resident of White River Junction and also here as the executive director of Advanced Transit. And I just wanted to, throw our hat into the mix. We have a shelter that we maintain in the right of way of Route 5 in front of the park and ride. And it's certainly not the busiest stop in the system by any means, but it is utilized by, in addition to carpoolers who use that, by people who come and park and switch to transit during the day. So I do, worry that if that option were to be taken from people, there are not a lot of affordable park and ride options in the network. And, I think probably what we would see is those people would either drive all the way to their destination instead of switching to transit, or, compete for parking in places like White River Junction and the parking lot down there. So I did also want to say we with our shelter there, we have the capability to add a solar powered light to the shelter. It wouldn't illuminate the whole parking lot by any means, but if that would help address some of the select board's concerns or residents' concerns, we would be happy to do that.
Great. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
I'll be very brief. Sherry McCleary. My first thoughts were exactly what Mary said, throw a baby out with the bathwater. If the parking lot were closed and the troubles moved to another location, would you close that location? Would you close that location and that location? So it's not addressing the problem. It would cause new problems.
Thank you very much. Rocket?
Yeah, so in all this conversation here, the pros, the cons, so but one consideration I think is that we do hear a lot of pros from people who don't live in that neighborhood, and I think that we should consider that fact. I also think that it's a tough thing in local government where this was a warned meeting. It's frustrating for me to say, oh, we should have yet another conversation down the road open to the public. Isn't that what this is, right? All that said, I wish that we could have more of a conversation too. What is the root of the problem? Why would we even discuss this at all? Is that there is, as Chief Sheldon said, there are people using the park and ride in illicit ways, in ways that are not designated for the park and ride. So I'm wondering if there's, as soon as we get to enforcement or cameras or lights or shutting down the park and ride, we're like way on the reactive end of this. And I'm thinking, what can we do on the proactive side of this? I know we've had residents come in, and I don't know if there's any grounds to this at all, but they've sort of pointed their finger at the Haven and traffic around the Haven. And I know there is proximity to that. And I don't know if that's a conversation we should rope the Haven, Michael Redmond into, or if that's completely irrelevant. I don't know. But for me, it's like my desire in this entire conversation, I would love, the only reason the government has facilities is to provide services to the people. So why would we create a vacant, desolate piece of land if we can find productive solutions to it? So my goal would be, and if there's any way that we can approach this, is to figure out how do we as a community really dive into the bottom of this in a way that meaningfully addresses the safety concerns, whether real or perceived, which I think is just as real for residents. And then keep this facility open for not just members of our community, but anyone that's coming through to utilize it. So if there's any, maybe I would look to the three of you here, if there's any guidance you could give us in terms of what would be the best way that we could approach trying to find this at the root. And I mean, it sounds like the recommendation is to temporarily close, which in my opinion would, it's not something I like, but it also would put a little heat in the community to say, well, if we want to open this, then we need to start finding solutions. So I don't know. I mean, I feel a little mixed about that, but I don't know if you have any guidance to give us here.
No, I don't. I did look up the data in my email. 0.7, less than one part one crimes in 10 years. So 0.7 a year in 10 years.
Okay.
So crimes, not calls, crimes, serious crimes. And those weren't even violent. They're more like the heavy duty frauds, the high level frauds and embezzlement type calls. Nothing to do with violence. 2.3 part two crimes a year, crimes in over 10 years average. So I can't say it's a dangerous place based on the data. I don't have any other recommendations as far as what to do next. We do patrol that area based on staffing and call volume, but it's not something we can guarantee and park someone there. It's something we do look at closely. Hartford Avenue was as a general rule because of the speeding concerns and traffic in the parking lot, but it's not something I can guarantee you to put an officer there.
Yeah.
Even on overtime because I can't get people to work there.
And I totally understand that how hard the department works in general, but also has worked in recent years being understaffed. So I want to be cognizant of that. You know, Woodstock has that infamous sign, the 25 mile an hour as you're coming in from Killington. You drive by it every day. It scares the bejesus out of you, you know, lights up blue and red. I mean, is there some version of that we say, like by park and ride, there's a camera involved with the flash that we could just, someone at the dispatch can just hit the red button and take a big picture? I mean, is there anything like that would, I mean, you create sort of like proactive elements where people just say like, yeah, we'll take this elsewhere. Or I don't know. I mean, I'm sort of open to any sort of creative solution that might be like balance the staff needs and considerations, but also just really, I want as a board to really make sure we're making meaningful steps forward to addressing citizen concerns, because I can only imagine living in the neighborhood and feeling not safe in my own home. That sucks. And I think that's our responsibility to try to make sure that everyone in our town feels like we're going to the nines to address that. So I don't know if there's any thoughts on that.
Kim, and then we're going to hear from some people on Zoom.
I think it'll be interesting, like that area could very well be a topic that's highlighted in the community safety assessment. You know, I mean, it's things like that, looking at root problems of things that we might, you know, we've got these anecdotal references, but that might be an opportunity to dive a little deeper. And, you know, it could include someone spending some time there and interviewing people in that parking lot to find out what their needs are and what their, you know, I can't say for sure, but it's a possibility.
Could we park a retired cruiser there and sometimes have it stationed and sometimes not, you know?
Retired cruisers.
Those are expensive.
Because that's what you speak, like the speed trap threat, right? Sometimes works that way.
True. I mean, I don't know if we have a spare cruiser that we want to park somewhere. Unattended.
Let's hear from the people on Zoom, then Mr. Trotter, you can come up just because you've spoken on this once. So let's hear from some people who have it first.
Okay, Marie, go ahead.
Hi, Marie Alvin, Hartford Avenue. So I've got 5 things to point out here. First, I was wondering, is the correct signage been posted yet? I haven't noticed.
I believe DPW was working on that and ordering the signs, but I haven't heard from Jeremy if it's been done yet.
Okay,
Maybe
so certainly having the correct signs up there, that there's no camping, no overnight, all of that would certainly be one way to be helpful. I was a bit disturbed to read that the police chief found my list or anything unfounded in his report on the Valley News. I gave you a list, and apparently you think we're just making up stories up here on Hartford Avenue, and it's really very disheartening. And that's happened with some of the select board as well. There's not murders and knifings and raping and kidnappings going on there. No, there isn't. But there is drugs being exchanged there. There is drug paraphernalia there. There is camping going on there, and none of that should be happening, period. The other thing is the park and ride, really probably planning and zoning put that in there too. It never should be in a neighborhood. You go up and down the interstate, go to Heartland, that's right off the interstate. It's well lit and it's not in a neighborhood. You go up to Thetford, same thing. It's right off the interstate, not in a neighborhood. Came down from Bradford today, same thing. Right off the interstate, not near a neighborhood. That's the problem, okay? Never should have been allowed to go in. Now we're dealing with it. Okay, I really don't have a problem with it staying open at all. It has to be regulated and enforced by the police. Okay, there hasn't been an issue up there since we brought this to the table. I think Gail has had a lot to do with that. The police are up and down here. We see them all the time. They're patrolling. Incidents are none. Park and ride, I go by it every day. I don't see anything to complain about. Yes, it is used, okay? It's the people who are using it that is creating the problem and not being enforced by the police, or assuming our calls are all just hearsay or just making up whatever you guys seem to want to believe about us up here. It's really terrible. So anyway, I mean, that's my 2 cents. Does it have to be closed? No, but it has to be enforced. No camping. Put your cameras up there and catch the damn drug dealers and bust them. I mean, that's my 2 cents on that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. Get another hand on Zoom.
Yep. Lynn, go ahead.
Hi, Lynn Bohai from Wilder. When I'm going from home to meetings downtown, I go past the park and ride. And when I'm coming home from some of my meetings, I look at the night funeral home parking lot, which is full, and I look at the people parking in the park and ride because they want to go to the calling hours at the night funeral home. I don't know if anyone's talked to the night funeral home to find out when their last calling hours close. You might want to do that. And then if you choose to close the park and ride, if you would close it after the night's funeral home hours, that might be really nice. I'm assuming that a lot of the bad activity that Marie just talked about happens after hours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Any more on Zoom?
No other hands up.
Okay, Mr. Trotter, if you had a quick comment for us.
I'll make it short. So a friend of mine suggested one of the things that could make this whole thing a lot easier is enforcement. For example, you mentioned signage, and I'm not sure where the signage issue is going. But again, I think you should post the hours and say, no overnight parking. And if they choose to stay, you tow them away, and you can put right on the sign. Towing is not cheap these days. They charge about $500 to remove a car.
Mm-hmm.
So put that right on there, $500 fine. Okay, yeah. And enforce the law, and you won't have, that'll solve a lot of the problems, I'm sure.
Thank you. Okay, well, we're bored. So basically, if we don't do anything here and just move on to the next item, then the park and ride will stay open. If anyone wants us to consider closing the park and ride on some basis, we would need a motion. So, yep.
I wonder if at least if according to staff, there's been a number of complaints about it. Could we at least direct some sort of general response, like so? If there's an inquiry about difficulties at the park and ride, and it like, can we respond to them? Can the town manager or whoever, like, Or can you just forward it to the chair and have them respond, or something to take the burden, or the board, whatever. But basically to take the burden off staff to have to respond to if we're actually getting hundreds of concerns about it.
Yeah, I mean, people who've written the town manager about it are certainly free to write me as the chair if they have an opinion either way.
Maybe just like you could respond saying, please direct your concern, your question to the select board.
Sure can.
Is that reasonable to everybody?
Sure. We'll get to the next item, which is my resignation.
That's not funny.
Sorry. Ally then Rocket.
I mean, I'm not opposed to fielding some of those concerns, but I feel like sometimes then it would just, depending on what the concern is, then it would bounce back, right? Like we wouldn't have the answer around like how to enforce, or nor should we. So I'm also for, I don't have a solution in this moment, but I do also acknowledge the weight that clearly staff are holding. And so, I mean, I'm curious about, and I don't know, again, who would do this, if it's the board, if it's someone else, but just if there is more of an opportunity for community engagement, not necessarily saying we're going to have another select board meeting to talk about it at this time, though we could, but just to understand what folks are actually observing and what they feel like is worth a complaint, just to understand that more. And again, I don't have the answers for how to do that and don't want to ask more time of folks who are already contributing so much of their time to it, but just maybe to help folks understand, like, this is something that is actually dangerous, or maybe this is, maybe it can look at like it at the beginning or at its face, but isn't necessarily so. I'm not sure, but definitely want to support staff, just don't know how to do it in this moment.
The Rocket, yeah.
Yeah, I would love to just exit this moment here with a specific set of actionables, timeline, just, I would be fine. I'd be okay with a temporary closure for 2 weeks. Put a chain up, put a sign up and say, we got to work on this as a community, and then put some heat on the community to then start giving us a perspective. Ask the staff to dive into some data in terms of what we can do and some possible solutions, whether it's preventative, whether it's enforcement, whatever that is. And then, I don't know, I mean, it's not, I know that's a very unpopular position to take to close the parking ride, because I think it's a great resource to have. But I do think that we should try to figure out whatever it is. We just sort of like have this complaint line with emails. We're just going to get more of that with no solutions. And it's not even respectful to the citizens' time who are writing in, because obviously they're writing in because they want solutions. So I think whatever we do, we should try to figure our way towards actually taking steps towards solutions. Maybe they're not the right solutions at first, and then we just iterate and we just try a new solution. So,
Are you making a motion?
Yeah, you're free to make.
so in my opinion, I think that maybe I would be fine with doing taking staff recommendation and just doing a 2-week closure of the park and ride, and in the interim trying to really figure out how we get to the bottom of it. I think my thought here is that I think it's very easy for people to say it's so convenient, it's such a great resource, but to do that without knowing what that costs the mental health and well-being of the citizens who are there 24/7, who live there. So I think in balancing those considerations, I think we should try to really force a community dialogue about what that means for the citizens of Wilder, the sense of safety in that community. And we can make it a priority or an action item within the community safety review. And then in the interim, within what capacity we have to start taking steps forward. So I guess, I don't know if Lane, if you want to say anything, but I would want to make that motion.
Yeah, you say that accept staff's recommendation, but I haven't heard from Gail whether she is making that recommendation. I mean, I heard from the chief. Are you making the recommendation as the acting town manager that we close the park and ride?
I'm not making a recommendation that you close the park and ride.
Okay.
Again, the reason why I brought this to the board is so the board can make the decision.
So we have no recommendation from staff to close the park and ride. So I don't foresee that that's a valid.
My recommendation is the board makes a decision on how to make the park and ride safer.
Thank you.
And
I see.
I just thank you for the clarification.
If that means closing it temporarily, then that's what you need to do. If it's not closing it temporarily and finding other means to make it safer, then.
Just to your point, Rocket, of listening to people in the neighborhood. I mean, I think we just heard from Marie, who's in the neighborhood, who said she doesn't think we need to close the park and ride, but she wants result, she wants.
Sure, yeah, yeah.
solutions as well. I mean, I think we all do, and I mean, honestly, without some sort of like proposal for this is how we resolve this issue.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, I don't know that, I think the community safety assessment might help us.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be a silver bullet, but that's what I would rely on to be a focus within that. We can request that that's a focus within the consultant's
Sure.
arrangement.
Sure.
Yes.
Just to respond, so I want to be clear that I'm fully in support of keeping the parking ride open. I mean, neglecting town infrastructure or services is how we ended up with this Gate Street, Fairview Terrace debacle. So I'm all for keeping services in action, but I think that we should also really strongly consider resident needs. So my one concern with what you're saying about the community safety review is the timeline of it. We're not really sure what they're going to come up with, how long it takes, and then how long.
It's gonna be months.
Well, and then the implementation of solutions are. So we are asking the residents, if you live in a uncomfortable or worse situation, every day is important to you. And I think that what can we do in the interim to provide relief and solutions and leadership for those community members there in Wilder now? So I don't know. I mean, I'm a bit at a loss too, because I don't really know what the specific recommendations that we can make are. And I guess maybe what we could ask is we could keep it open for 2 weeks and ask our department and heads and leadership to come back with specific 3 recommendations that we can consider. I know right now we have open and closed, but what about other infrastructural options?
Thanks, Rafi. My take on this is that, looking into things like cameras, lighting, taking other methods to address people's concerns is something that could be done, while the park and ride stays open. I haven't heard anything here that would make me inclined to vote to close it on any basis. Kim?
I was just gonna say, I think, so the interim, the short-term attempts are if there's solar lighting, if there's lighting that Advanced Transit can put on their shelter, they're lighting that the Advanced Transit can put on their shelter. If we look into, and I think there was a discussion about lighting the lot, how it was going to impact neighbors on the backside of that parking lot, but increasing lighting, increasing signage, increasing patrol, like these seem to be like the short-term solutions. And I'm being told that lighting and more patrols through park and ride, lighting and cameras and grants can be available as well. So anyway, I think we have some short-term efforts, and then we may come up with some longer-term solutions.
So unless there's a motion to be made, I think we can move on to the next item. But if anyone wants to make one, go.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for that. So we'll go on to the next item, which is a memo that was released by the Commissioner of the Department for Children and Families. This is about the town can sort of indicate its intent to seek funding from DCF. The motel voucher program's ending. And so DCF has an opportunity for interested towns to maybe provide funding to work with a partner to address things like housing, homelessness, things like that. The deadline for it to express intent is June 1st. Gail's been in touch with the state and they basically said, as long as it looks like in good faith, we're interested in this, so you can send them the minutes and then we can put in an actual application. One of the questions I think is that since we don't really run our own homeless shelter, is whether there's partners and whether it's worth trying to get the money and see if there'll be a partner in the community who can help address these issues and be able to be more effective with more funding. So it's kind of like, do we want to, send in our letter to sort of seek this additional money if it comes to us and we can't use it, we can't use it. Like if there's no other third party who, we partner with on something, then, we just don't use it. But it is an opportunity to at least explore that. So I don't know, Gail, you have anything more to add on that, or?
Nope, I think you explained it quite well.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Kim?
Who would actually be writing this letter of intent?
I would.
And you're comfortable with that? Then I'm fully in support of it.
Val?
And just to, so it sounds like the state at this point would be comfortable with a letter of interest that wouldn't necessarily be a specific project proposal, that it could be a summary of, say, the Housing and Homelessness Committee's notes, which actually, this is good timing, because in our last meeting, that is something that committee members raised a concern around, is that the hotel motel voucher funding is ending, and what interested, not knowing exactly what to do about it, but interest in it. So I'm sure that committee would be supportive of looking into a more specific proposal, but we just don't have that information right now. So if for the purposes of this letter of interest, there could be something more general, I would be in support of that. My question would just be then, so if the letter of interest goes to the state, then there's an invitation to formally apply for funds. That's the next step. Okay. Because what I would also be curious around is, I think like the select board, if we wanted to really pursue that, we need to have some ideas in mind, and then also offer some direction, I think, for the committee. The committee could do some of that work and that research, but that there would be clear direction for them on what to do, which it sounds like right now we don't necessarily have much more specifics beyond saying like Hartford might be interested, but we don't have a specific proposal. So I just wanted to make that clear to folks
It's
as
kind
well.
of like getting our foot in the door.
Yeah.
And whether or not we get money or whether we use it, that's going to depend on, those are questions for maybe the Housing and Homelessness Committee and something down the line. Lanny?
My only concern on this is the fact of who would administer the funds and who would they be administered to? And I have a problem with the fact that we don't have designated sources to target this towards. And there are other communities that have this type of program set up that could actually better utilize the program, utilize this program. And I don't want to pass up the opportunity for funding, but there's a lot of communities that are much more put together in terms of distribution for homelessness than Hartford is.
They'll probably apply.
Well, I know, but it means us taking money away from those communities that are much more attuned to having the ability to, work with us. And I just don't know as if we have the bandwidth to take on something of this nature. That's my only concern.
So it seems, Gil, the way I understood it was like, we'd write the letter. If we got funding, we would need to find like a third party that would actually put those funds to use.
Correct.
So
We
like the
would
money
need-
comes to us and then we give it to, the third party that's working on its efforts.
Very similar to other grant programs that we have where the town is a recipient of it and we pass it through to
I
another
understand.
entity.
Do you have the bandwidth and finance to take on this one more?
Well, normally what happens with the larger grants like that, you receive one lump sum and then you pass it through.
Again, you have the bandwidth to take on one more grant though. It's
I
okay
do.
to say no, so it's,
Didn't seem like it was a huge obligation.
well, I mean, no offense, but we've piled a lot on the Gale and I just want to be
My
sure that,
concern, as I
you know.
wrote in the email to all of you, is that the town is not in the business to run an unhoused
and that's
facility.
the situation I
So
see.
I would welcome it, staff would welcome, being the recipient of this funding to assist residents in our community. However, we do not have the bandwidth to physically operate a facility and be involved in all of it, but we certainly want to be able to get the funds and partner with somebody. And I think I also wrote in my email that it would be the committees, I would want to put it on the committee to have them do the communication with the partners and try to find a solution. And that's the whole reason why we have that committee. So that's kind of where I
Is
stand.
there any, I didn't read this whole thing, I'll be honest with you, but is there any obligation for the town itself to administer this versus
No,
someone else?
no.
Okay. So this basically is just running the flag up the flagpole to seeing if we get any attention to it, right?
Correct, and it's not necessarily, I mean, there's other entities in the town of Hartford that can apply for it as well, but it's not as though Hartford, if we as a town don't apply for it, does not mean that we're.
I just wholeheartedly agree with you that the town is not in the business of dealing with housing. That's an area that I want to make sure that we are not taking on that extra burden by accepting the possibility of funding for this.
Yeah, we're not. Rocket?
I'm in support of this. I think we should, it's kind of in line with what I was saying earlier, we should chase down any grants we can. One consideration I do want to make, which I think might address some of Lanny's concern, is I was talking to someone who runs the Sharon Food Bank, the food shelf in Sharon about a month ago, and she was saying that they lost their meat distributions from Hannaford because those got redirected to the Haven. And I thought that was just an interesting comment, because I know that what we want to do is make sure that we're providing services to people in need in our community. And I think we should be cautious that if we're too effective or too good at what we do, that can actually draw resources from neighboring communities and put strain not only on the service providers there, but also on the people who really need support there. With that said, I think we should totally pursue this. It's just an LOI, it's non-binding, it's a grant opportunity. And then we can have the harder conversations about what would we do with this if and when we get that. And one of those things might be partnering with a neighboring town that does have the capacity for it, that would be able to serve our community and theirs. And whatever. I mean, we're all sharing, these borders are porous here. So, but I do want to just say, I think that there is some validity, Lanny, to saying, like, you know, should Hartford be taking on all of us ourselves? I don't think we should. These are regional or national or international problems, and we got to play our little part. But insofar as the select board's obligation to chase down money and grant opportunities, I think this is a good thing. Obviously, it's also a huge issue. So humanitarian side as well. Let me not forget that.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to make the motion.
Any other comment before Ally?
Question. Yeah. If we were to move forward with this, also, again, just as a liaison for that committee, I would just want to think through what some possible next steps would be. I know we haven't made the motion yet, but just to put this like on the table is understanding, do we know when folks who submit a letter of interest would be invited to apply, and when we'd actually need to put together a more formal research proposal?
I believe that's within 30 days. So probably mid-July.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, thank you.
I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair, I will move that the select board authorize the acting town manager to write a letter of interest. I don't see a vote. There's no one here. To write a letter of interest to the Department for Children and Families regarding our town's interest in resources and support for the 2023 homeless response efforts.
Okay. Second?
I'll second.
A second from Kim. Any discussion? Lanny and then Alan?
Yeah, I'm going to support this, but I'm going to also say that we need to be very cautious in the wording of what this is required if we receive this. So I'm going to be, as I said, I will support this, but I am going to be paying close attention to how this falls out for us. Because I just want to make sure we do not get ourselves into an area that we should not be in.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, just to say I'm in support of this, and also to make the offer, Gail, if in the next couple days before it's due, if I can be helpful in getting you any information to support that letter, let me know.
Just as long as your minutes are up to date, that's all that I need.
Great.
Rocky, do you have one more comment?
Two things. Gail, I want to thank you or whoever on your staff brought this to our attention. Even though it's short notice, I think it's wonderful to pursue these opportunities. Lanny, to your point, I think that the fight to have is if and when we get awarded the grant. And I think that the select board having policy debates over how we should spend the money that we're getting will be one of the best ways that we could be in this heated discussion.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, wonderful. All right, our next item is to finalize the community safety review RFP. This is our third meeting in a row where we've discussed this. So the first one, we sort of went over the background of the RFP. Last meeting, we sort of had questions answered, and we suggested just a change to the language in the methodology section. So here we are, meeting number 3, and I think we can go ahead and pass this discussion. Or does anyone have any comments?
We have nothing to add.
Okay. Well, we don't have any, Kim.
I mean, I really appreciate the updates and supportive of it as is being submitted. There is just like a blank page in the middle, so just like a typo thing. I don't know if that's for the formatting of the agenda, but just to correct the formatting.
Page 5.
Gotta hit the delete button a couple times.
Thanks. That's my only.
Okay. Well, I'll take a motion. If anyone wants to make one.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Kim.
I move that the select board approve the proposed RFP, request for proposal for an assessment on community safety to be issued on June 5th of 2023 by the acting town manager.
A second.
I'll second.
A second from Ally. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to compliment Kim on this. I know you've been persistent about this for a long time. I know I've wavered in my support on it and had my support tip, so I just want to congratulate you on your persistence.
On winning you over?
No, well, it was actually Chief that won me over. But I do commend the persistence of it, and I realize I can be stubborn and hard-headed about these things. I realize it might be frustrating that I have to hear the voice of wisdom elsewhere, so I hear that too. But I just want to at least give you that acknowledgement that I have come to see the light of it, and I know that you've been the driver of it. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Rocket. Our next item is the non-union staff cost of living adjustment increase for FY24. So you've all seen the memo. The motion is that we approve a 5% COLA for non-union staff for FY24. Do you have any questions for Gail presumably about this? Lanny?
Yeah, maybe it's in here. Oh. Nope, never mind. I got the answer. Saw the answer.
Kim?
I mean, I think we discussed, so if my question is, how is this funded? Is it basically from departments kind of giving you as the finance director places within their budget that they were able to consolidate the funds?
Correct. So I reached out to each department and asked them if they had areas that in their FY23 budget that they wouldn't be expending before the end of the year. Also, I met with them and spoke with them about their FY24 budget. As you all know, that we did our FY24 budget last fall, and a lot of time has passed since then. So has your need changed? And so between the FY23 budget, the 24 budget, there is sufficient funding to make this adjustment.
Okay. Lanny?
Strictly from what you have listed, health insurance and salaries.
Those items right there are sufficient enough.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Mary?
I make a motion. I move that the select board approve a 5% COLA for non-union staff for FY24.
Second.
Second.
We have a second from Lanny. Any more discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Would you like to, we've taken the vote, but would you like to speak? Yeah.
Don't you generally ask for public comment?
Well, generally, I didn't see you get up. If you'd like to make a comment, we could do that. And if people want to vote again afterwards, we could do that as well.
Yep, you've taken the vote. The vote's set, but Colin does have the right to speak.
Appreciate it going forward. Look around, poll
Yes, I'm sorry. I'll make sure I do that in the future.
It's a question. I don't have the material for reading this evening, but as I was reading through it, everything I was reading said the average increase, I think statewide, was 7%. We're going to be on 5%. Our town staff has done a marvelous job over the last few years without raises. And we're gonna give them less than the average raise that's being paid in the state of Vermont.
Thank you, Colin. Kim, did you have a question?
I did.
Comment, or-
Gail,
I guess, and I probably am not the best person to answer this question.
I would like
but
Gail
I would
answer.
say that, what?
like Gail, answer.
Okay, I mean, maybe. I'll let you-
Staff work for Gail.
That's a great question, Colin. We landed on 5% to try to lessen the burden to the taxpayers. And when we come back and we're, in 2 months, we're going to be working on the FY25 budget, and we will we'll be proposing an additional COLA increase there.
Thank you, Gail.
Can I
Yes, Kim.
Can I add to that? I mean, I think as an individual member, when we received budget presentations from all the departments during the budget process for the fiscal 24 budget, that's, as far as I'm concerned, what was being requested for the fiscal year 24 salaries as well, for all the expenses within the department, including salaries. So in my mind, looking at this kind of finding these additional resources because of the increase in cost of living and inflation is adding to what we've already been requested of staff to provide. Does that make sense? So to me, this is sort of supplemental to what we had already agreed on as a board and presented to the voters that they approved in March.
Manny and then.
Yeah. From my perspective on this, it comes down to basically what services can we still provide for the citizens of Hartford while still providing a fair livable wage for our employees. And the FY24 budget has already been passed. There's only so much money to go around. We make a budget, all departments come to us with a budget, and we base the goods and services that we provide to the town of Hartford residents on the budgets that we pass. And if there's money left over, which we find in this one, we're going to use it for the raises. All right. And there's only so much money that's left over that the finance administrator has found to be able to do that. So it's basically we're trying to provide what we need for the employees of the town of Hartford by giving them a raise while still providing those services. And if there's only so much money to give them a 5%, we're giving them 5%. It's not that we don't want to give them more. It's just that FY24 budget does not allow us the opportunity to give them more and still provide the needs of the residents of the town of Hartford.
Okay. The Rockets.
Colin, I appreciate your comment. Something that I was advocating for last year and would love to explore further this year, because is COLA, cost of living adjustments done in tandem with inflation. One of the problems is our budget cycle and how inflation works. We're we're budgeting a year before that year kicks in. The way that this COLA was done is through salary savings, which I don't love as a budgetary practice or an operating practice, because what if we go and hire? It's kind of a messy process. So personally, what I would rather see is because I think that, if you go back to the meetings last year, I fought loudly for cost of living in the line with the 9% inflation that we're experiencing, because I think that it's only fair to pay staff commensurate with the cost of living. That's the purchasing power that they're bringing home. So expect that to be a conversation I bring up later this year, but I really would love to see whether it's a reserve fund or some sort of flexible way that we can allow for greater flexibility in future years to match COLA. For me, it's not so much about the competition with neighboring communities so much as it is about cost of living, but I hear what you're saying.
Thank you, Rocket. All right, our next and last item is Hartford Boards and Commissions Vacancy Posting Policy and Appointment Policy. We took a look at this at the last meeting. People were encouraged to send in any edits to the language to Ally. And so what we've got here is a draft, and we'll take questions on it or comment. Or Ally, if you want to explain any more.
I don't have much to add, and thanks folks who sent in some comments and suggestions, including some folks from committees who had ideas. I think the only couple of things that I wanted to just flag and offer is I got a great question from Lynn Bohai, who is on our most recent charter commission. And the charter draft they were working on does have more specifics around committee policies. So there might be some overlap that if we do choose to adopt these policies, that when we do come back around to taking a look at that most recent charter draft, that we just want to make sure we're in alignment there.
Yep.
So just wanted to flag that for the future. And let's see, the other sort of recommendation, and I can talk through if it's helpful. There's a draft, of the track changes, so you can see what changes were made since the last draft, followed by the final draft. And then just the other thing maybe that I would recommend is if we do choose to adopt this is these policies is how we're going to communicate that to our committees and make sure that it's clear. I have some ideas for that. We can cross that bridge when we come to it, but wanted to make sure that that's also part of the discussion so we can be clearly communicating with our committees and folks are on the same page about how to actually apply the policies.
I see in the recommended motions, we will notify all committees, but I guess it's just the nuts and bolts of how.
Right, yeah.
Is there any discussion on this?
Are there exceptions within this?
Exceptions, can you say more about that, Laney?
Are there any exceptions for any committees within this?
That wouldn't follow. So the one note that I made regarding, this is on the second policy, which is the committee appointment policy.
What page?
This will be on page 76. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This will be on page, to take a look at the changed version. This is page 78 of the packet of the appointment policy. So last meeting, we had a discussion about how there are some, like the Planning Commission, for instance, the Zoning Board of Adjustment, there are some statute specific language around like removals, for instance, and the need for a public hearing and some of those things. So that's why I added in this note into policy scope that in the event that there's a statutory public body authorized by the Vermont legislature, such as one of those boards or commissions, the relevant statutes would apply. And we want to make sure that, of course, we default to statute and not this policy. But what I've been advised from VLCT, who took a look at the final drafts of the policies before I added them to the packet, and they said everything basically looked checked out, is that if the statute does not govern or offer specifications, then that's when our policy can kick in and apply.
Okay, and then under the removal section, you have consistent failure to perform the duties of the position. Who makes the determination that the person is failing to perform the duties of the position, and what are the standards that the person is held to for the duties of the position? That's kind of ambiguous because we as a select board don't know the duties of the position of each one of these committees. So how are we going to hold somebody accountable for something that's not even dictated in the committees, the duties of each person on the committee? I don't think that's quite right for us to hold somebody accountable for something that there's no defined standards.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, right, like when it comes to management of committees, boards, and commissions, that is the role of the select board. So I do see it as a jurisdiction. And, this is something we could talk about if we want to get even more specific on this language. I would have hoped that maybe some of that feedback could have gotten to me to work in before this discussion. But I think at least in terms of how it is laid out now, I'm on page 86 of our packet. In terms of the 3-letter documentation process, the idea that there's an initial letter that's either sent by the chairperson of that committee, who actually has, direct knowledge of the situation, what's happening, the duties specific to that role, or the select board, that's the first step in notifying that member, hey, there might be something that we need to discuss in terms of accountability to responsibilities. So that was my thought there, but happy to take other suggestions.
Yeah, I just, that one there is, and I'm sorry I didn't get back to you about this. That's the one, I guess, that is difficult for me because there are absolutely no
define duties of any position or committee that we have. And then the other one is that consistent absenteeism. I mean, who defines the amount of absenteeism that we can have on our boards and committees? I mean, we have a policy on place for this select board that we're not supposed to have absenteeism, but yet, I mean, I can honestly say I'm the only select board member that's been at every single meeting since I've been elected. And either by Zoom or being in this seat in the chambers. So if we're not following our own rules for absenteeism, how are we going to hold those committees and boards accountable to an absenteeism statute? We can't hold somebody accountable to something that we're not holding ourselves accountable. We have our own policies and procedures that dictate what our absenteeism policy is, and we're not abiding by it. So is it right for us to pass judgment upon committee members to not standing up for this absenteeism aspect? I don't think that's fair.
Mary, did you have a question?
Well, I was going to have a question because I actually thought that, maybe I'm wrong, I thought that committees actually had, yeah. And I don't know if there is a charge though for committee members other than like, you know, secretary, whoever's taking minutes, et cetera. But
the charge does not define all these concerns that I have. It doesn't involve that at all. The charge says what the committee is doing. The committee basically is in charge of their members within the committee, what they do and what they don't do. That's the problem when it comes to committees and boards within the town of Hartford. There's no clear-cut guidance what the rules and responsibilities of committee membership is. And until there is, I don't think that we can pass judgment on these committees and boards without knowing that. That's quite frankly, it's not fair to the boards and committees and then the members on those boards and committees. And it's not fair for us to hold them accountable for a standard that we are not holding to ourselves. We're looking at higher standards.
Just from the research that I had done when there was a consideration of a member that we were looking into, someone from the Municipal Assistance Center at MAC, there's statutes that they cited to me. I can forward this email to you if you want, but it's basically 24 VSA 4323 subsection 4323. Basically, the part they highlighted was any member may be removed at any time by unanimous vote of the legislative body. And she basically goes on to say that any member serves at the pleasure of the select board. So it is subjective. And ultimately, I think we could easily develop a rules and procedures form for committees and commissions of the town like we have for the select board, which I think would, also highly recommend a code of conduct for every committee and commission as well. I mean, basically set the standards consistently, I think would be great. But at the end of the day, it is the committee members do serve at the pleasure of the select board.
Yeah, my whole concern though, with all due respect, Kim, is that we're having you're asking for boards and commissions to live up to standards that this select board has not been able to do.
Well, I don't.
We haven't been.
Yeah,
we haven't been.
Lanny, the charter, I think talks about the attendance of the select board, and I think says something about 2 or 3 consecutive absences would qualify the rest of the select board to consider that person unfit for duty.
Or 70%.
Or 70% of attendance. Okay, so there are standards there in the charter that are laid out for the select board. I would be comfortable with holding those same standards to committee members. So.
Anyone want to make a motion?
Would that sound fair? I mean.
I can't. So I'm sorry that I haven't got back to you before this, but I cannot support this language the way it's written now. So
let's hear it from Colin and then we'll take a motion.
So this is why I'm really here tonight. Thank you, by the way, for taking up this work. I think it might have been my concerns expressed over the apply for the planning commission member, the way that vacancy was going to be filled, it might have triggered some of this. Read the proposed policies, and I've got some significant concerns, and minor concerns. I kind of wound them all together, but let me just read. It's not clear how persons with terms expiring are reappointed. There's some language in, I guess it's in the appointments policy. It goes on and on about the pros and cons of being term limited or having unlimited terms. That's probably not appropriate for policy. Policy should explicitly state what the policy is and not conduct an argument for one position versus the other. And then not clearly, let him finish.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And then not clearly expressing what that policy is. The due dates, according to the administrative assistant by the 5th, from the chair's notice posted on the 15th and 28th, seems sort of arbitrary. What happens between the receipt of a notice on the 5th and the 15th when that notice is actually communicated to the public as a vacancy? Why not communicate it right away? It seems like you're building in some slippage so that the position could stand vacant for several months before the timing allows for the process to work its way out. So I think you need to think about the dates that you're specifying and make sure that they're all very defensive. I don't think they're not.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Colin, but I'm just getting a message that they can't hear you. I don't know if it's the microphone or you, but someone says, please ask Colin to speak into the mic.
A little closer, Colin. A little.
It's not there. Are you hearing the microphone?
Knocking, no.
No.
There we go.
No.
From the top, please.
You want me to start over?
It's much better.
So the dates stipulated in the policies are a little bit arbitrary, I think, and could be tightened up so that you're in a position to consider appointments sooner rather than later. Some of these committees are doing some absolutely vital work, and not having a position filled puts the committee in a position of not being able to reach quorum or not being able to reach a majority of the entire board, including the vacant position. Read state statutes on planning commissions. Neither of the policies talk about adhering to the town's charter. And I think that's a problem that you folks have kind of across the board, that you talk about state statute and you talk about town ordinances and you forget that there's a town charter. We're different than most of the towns in the state. We have a town charter and you have to adhere directly to what's in that charter. That charter specifically speaks to 6 or 7 different commissions, boards, committees. There's another category of body that's not even mentioned in these policies. It's mentioned in the charter. And then lastly, there's a call for a hyperlink to the town department that supports that committee or commission or board, so that somebody applying for a position would be able to go and read about the planning commission or the planning department, not the planning commission. The hyperlink should be directed to a page that is the position description for that position that's being advertised. You don't have that in any of the boards as far as I am aware of right now. That's what Lanny was talking about. In order to create some accountability, you've got to define exactly what these positions are. In some cases, it's dictated by state statute and charter. And you need to be aware of that. In all cases, there ought to be a page on the website that defines exactly what an H-Core committee member is, or whoever else it is you're trying to recruit, so that a person considering being appointed to a position would have some clue of what it is they're applying for. I've got a few other comments.
Keep going, Colin.
No,
No, keep.
Lenny, Lenny,
We couldn't hear him half the time.
what do you mean you couldn't hear him?
The
You
people,
made
in
very
the people in public couldn't
excellent
hear.
suggestions that we can all think about, okay?
The people on Zoom couldn't hear him, Mike.
But we don't want to, Mr. Chair,
You rock it.
do you think you could send us, it sounded like you had written notes. Do you think you could just send that to us so we can read it at some point?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, I think I have a couple of responses, but also, first of all, I just want to say thank you to Ali, who's a practically a volunteer member who is not a policy writer, who is volunteered to draft this policy and vetted it through VLCT as a draft. And so to kind of like be so critical and kind of insulting about the way it came out is a little hard to listen to. However, like for example, the opening list should include a hyperlink or website address to the corresponding committee webpage on the Town of Hartford website, not to the department page. There have been edits that have been made to, like, I think that whole thing about why the term limits did get taken out in the edit, correct?
Well, I took out some of it,
Yeah.
but I did make the choice to leave it in. Open to have more discussion. You can see what got taken out on page 80 of your agenda packet. So took out a significant piece of it, but term limits is something that has come up in the past in terms of, I mean, people wanting to know, how can we be making sure that we can have more folks involved in committees, that it's not just, okay, somebody who's going to get reappointed, who says they want to get reappointed is just going to get reappointed over and over and over again. So the question about term limits has come up as part of this process. So that was an attempt just to make it clear that there actually isn't currently a legal requirement for term limits, and to make that explicit for folks. If that doesn't feel as clear for policy governance, happy to take it out, but that was just an opportunity to address that.
Yes. And then Kim, and then we're going to decide what we want to do with this.
So as far as term limits go, I have not touched that.
Oh, that was.
Let me start again. I didn't mind me to sound super critical. I think I probably do a lot of times when I speak in public. This is the only chance. This is the only time I've been invited to speak on these. Nobody got in touch with the various committees, boards, commissions to ask them if they had.
Sounds like.
Well, it broke down somewhere because nobody asked me, and I've served on the planning commission for a year and a half.
Okay.
2 years, I guess.
Understood.
I've got another year to go. Tell me where in your policy it tells me what I have to do to either bow out or to express an interest in remaining on. And your mention of term limits, I think, is easily dealt with. I'm on a 3-year term. Some of the terms are stipulated in town charter, some by state statute. I think the 3 years for planning commission comes from statute, but it's in the charter. In any event, I would expect at the end of my term next summer that I have no expectation that I'm going to be reappointed. I'm asked to apply again and submit an application, which might come in a pile of applications from other people in the public who might also be interested in being a planning commissioner. Maybe somebody that doesn't want me on the planning commission anymore. For whatever reason, you ought to be looking at all those applications, and nobody serving on any of these boards and commissions and committees should expect that they're automatically going to be reappointed term after term after term, excluding all of the 10,000 people in town from ever having a chance to participate in town government. So that would be a way to rewrite this thing, is just to say, everybody reapplies. If you want a position that's becoming vacant or becoming available.
It says that.
I can respond to that, yeah.
That's the one, that's one.
And Colin, can I respond to that? Because it is currently in the policy draft. So I'm looking for folks on page 84 of the packet,
I don't
or
have
rather,
your page numbers.
okay, this is 84, or actually rather 85, and the section I'm looking at is, this is the appointment policy. It's the third page of this policy with this heading, expiring terms for existing members. So that section is an attempt to outline that process exactly. So to say that if by the 5th of each month, committee chair shall share any vacancies or anticipated vacancies by emailing them to the town of Hartford's administrative assistant and corresponding select board liaisons. Members whose terms are expiring shall inform the town of Hartford's administrative assistant and select board in writing of their intention to seek or not seek reappointment, along with an application for reappointment if applicable. And that they should inform folks, the select board, no later than 30 days before the end of their term date.
I don't see where it says that the incumbent has to submit an application. I think that's the point I was trying to make, that I'm treated differently than somebody who's coming in from outside.
It says, along with an application for reappointment, if applicable. So if they're going to seek
Sorry, you
appointment,
are absolutely right.
Wait a minute. No, that's not where he's saying. It says members whose terms are expiring. That's where that's classified. Members whose terms are expiring. That's the incumbent. That's
in
you.
that section.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm backing you up here. All right? It's there. But the problem that I have now is that the application for reappointment, there is no such thing as an application for reappointment. There's an application for appointment.
There's we have a reappointment. We made that shift a while ago.
Where is the application? Okay, where do I find that on the website?
Fill out another application.
And there's a box.
That's an application for employment, not a reapplication.
There's a box that we made the shift a while ago, where now there's a box on top of each of our standard application forms where folks can check appointment, new appointment, or folks can check.
So it's the same form.
Same form. We've been reviewing those for a while.
If there's concerns about the incumbents always getting reappointed, that's something the select board can think about, but I don't
but this is
see this issue really.
I share one final thought, and then I will stop. And that is, Lanny is absolutely correct about the termination, or I'm not sure what it's called for in the policy.
Removal.
It's another unwieldy. It's critical, but it's unwieldy the way it's stated. The 30 days for a letter from the chair to a committee member, followed up by a letter from the select board.
There's got to be some due process.
Yeah,
I mean, they got to get like the notice, you know.
How does the select board write a letter? You're going to have to sit in open session and determine that you want to write a letter to me saying I've been an ineffectual planning commissioner and I need to be removed.
If you're a municipal or public officer, we can talk about it in executive.
it qualifies.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so a couple things on this. This has been vetted by VLCC. Ally did a great job with it. We can always change these things going in the future if it turns out some of these provisions are unwieldy. So I would take a motion.
You've got two hands up.
All right, let's hear the two hands, and then I would take a motion on this.
Okay, and I also just want to add that the equity committee has been requesting a policy on policies in a policy committee for some time. So this is a standing request that we have a deficiency in our ability to have to update policies. I think there's we're in our transition of administration. It is something that I think there's a lot of room for improvement. Okay. Lynn, did you want to speak?
I did. I have 4 topics. My first is, Ally, thank you very much for bringing up my point about the charter. And could the group look at the charter before you think about making these changes and see if our charter changes make sense, or if you'd like us, or if you'd like to change them in the future? Okay, that's number 1. Number 2 had to do with Lanny. Lanny, I can only speak for the Energy Commission as an Energy Commission member. We have bylaws that talk about our absences or not, and we kicked a member off because she was absent too often. And we also have a charge. It's called the Town Plan, Chapter 10. That's the Energy Commission's charge. I'm sure, Colin, the Planning Commission has a chapter. I don't know your chapter number, but I'm sure that the Planning Commission has a charge in the charter. No, I'm sorry, in the town plan. Okay. 2 comments for Colin. Number 1, he's absolutely right that the town charter's rules override state statute. That's the purpose of making a charter. And I've forgotten the last one for Colin.
They are state statute. They don't override state. It is state statute, Lynn.
Yes. So because it's more specific, it overrides the other state statute.
It overrides policy that we put in place.
Thank you, Lynn.
Welcome.
The other hand.
Marie? Go ahead.
Is Lynn finished?
Oh, I didn't know I had my hand up. I'm very sorry.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Marie.
Thanks.
All right. Well, does anyone want to make a motion?
If there's anyone on Zoom who's on, okay, that's better.
Anyone want to make a motion on this one?
I can make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Before you wrap it, can you make one more? Just, is there a place, Ally, that you could think, just because you're more familiar with the whole document, where incorporating Colin's recommendation to add, like, adhering to the town charter? Like, is there a way that we could kind of just link it and do that in both?
We can't violate the town charter. I was just looking at the town charter. It lists the boards and commissions and the number of appointees and the years. I don't know if it has a whole lot more, does it?
I don't think it does either. I want to do one more check, but I don't, obviously disagree with that sentiment. We want to follow our charter, but my thought was that was sort of implied. But if it doesn't feel like it's implied and we want to add a specific note, maybe that note goes where we've mentioned in the policy scope, around the Vermont legislature and statutes, that could be a place too, just to make it more explicit.
Lynn just put her hand back up, so she might want to clarify.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Lynn.
So under appointments committee, authorities, boards, commissions, committees, paragraph B says, before any appointments are made, the select board shall compile and publicly post a list of all vacancies. Number 2, appointees shall complete an application which provides information regarding their qualifications and shall be available for public inspection with personal contact information redacted. Number 3, the ordinance, statute, or charge which creates the body shall be available for public inspection. You're right, Colin. Number 4, qualifications for appointment eligibility shall be included in the charge or in the case of statute or ordinance by explicitly adopted policy. Number 5, the select board shall waive these provisions in an emergency, providing they are compiled within 30 days of such waiver. And then we talk about who the chair can be, which is a little different, that it must be a resident and registered voter.
And is this, Lynn, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is this the draft charge that the Charter Commission is working on, or our current charter?
This is the new draft.
New draft. Okay, so one that hasn't been adopted yet. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, the one that you have not you have not agreed with yet to put on the town meeting
Thanks, Lynn.
warning.
Yeah, so I gotta ask this body, based on what Lynn has said, what Colin has brought forward, which are very valid points, what's the hurry about readdressing these concerns? Why do we have to get this thing passed tonight? Why
We have a
can't
large
we take,
backlog of,
why can't we take it on the staff?
people who've applied for appointments? I think we have at least 8 people who are in the queue, and we're not moving them along until we have a policy.
Well, my question is, are we having committees that are stalled right now because they can't?
Well, our sister cities didn't get a quorum. Yeah.
A short one person. Yeah, sure, but they're still effective. I just don't see the need to rush, but.
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right. Sounds good.
I guess in this, I would say, it looks like some policy scope before I make this motion. I mean, I agree that following the charter seems implied to me the same way as following the US Constitution and federal laws, right?
It is.
So we're never gonna have a policy that's gonna supersede that. I also want to say, Ally, I want to acknowledge the hard work you've put into this. I know you've put a lot of work into this, and whether it's perfect or imperfect, there's room for improvement. Then I think as we run into roadblocks, we can overcome those over time. I mean, I feel like we've put a lot of conversation into hypotheticals that we may not see ever happen or happen in years or whatever. So with all that said, thank you for your hard work on this, Ally. And Mr. Chair, I would move that the Select Board approve and adopt the Hartford Committee, Commission, and Board Vacancy Notification Policy effective May 30th, 2023. Following adoption, the Select Board will notify all committees accordingly. And also that the Select Board approve and adopt the Hartford Committee, Commission, and Board Appointment Policy effective May 30th, 2023. Following adoption, the Select Board will notify all committees accordingly.
Second.
Second from Kim. Discussion before we vote. Lanny?
I cannot support this in this current form. I believe that there's many good things in here, but I believe there are many things that definitely need to be readdressed as well. So I'm going to vote no on this.
Okay, thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. All right. That brings us to commission reports.
Well, my question is then, how are we notifying committees accordingly? How are we doing that?
Seems like an internal policy matter, doesn't it? I don't know.
I think the first round is that liaisons can make sure that the committees have finalized the posted policies.
Yeah.
We have a couple of committees, I think, that do not have liaisons at the moment, so.
We have one, I think, which is the preservation, historic preservation. I've got sisters.
If I comment back, I would be comfortable with any single Select Board member just sending an email to all committee chairs. That's one email that gets sent out to 16 people rather than 7 emails.
Yeah, and just
sent out.
attach the
I'm happy to do
policies.
that because I have that list from when I sent out the inquiries about the,
I'm comfortable supporting that.
Okay.
I don't see an issue with that either.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I'm also happy to, apparently I'm drafting a lot of memos these days. This is what I do. So I do have a memo drafted that just helps to pull out some highlights.
Okay, great.
That might be helpful as well. Just things around, like, we do have dates, intentional dates around when folks should be notifying of vacancies. For folks who, if they want to know what the resignation policy is, those things that pertain to folks who are currently members, just because they are new. So I'm happy to, I don't know if the board wants to see that memo and give feedback on it before it goes out, or if you're comfortable with me just drafting that and it being included in the correspondence, but.
It's kind of like a FAQ or like.
Yeah, that's kind of the thought.
I love it. And for Ellie, I can just give you all those emails too if you'd rather just send it directly, but we can work offline on communicating to committee chairs.
Yeah, we'll send an email with something. We can figure out. All right, commission reports. Kim, you got anything?
I do. The planning commission met twice last week, both on May 22nd. They approved 2 applications, site development for adding a 4th dwelling unit to an existing multi-unit dwelling, and also a second application at Pucci Lakes for another site development plan. And then they met as well to continue an application from April for a self-storage unit on Route 14 that was approved. And the town manager search committee met on May 25th, discussed wrapping up the survey results and collection, the survey results collection, reviewed the draft position materials, including preliminary posting position, potential job description, and graphic brochure. Suggestions were shared and submitted to the VLCT consultant, who will present the current drafts to the select board in executive session.
Mary?
No, thank you.
Ally?
Yeah, I have a few things. So Resilient Hartford, the committee had 2 successful work days at the Clifford Park Food Forest two weekends ago. And they're also continuing to work with the Pucci Lakes Landowners Association to put the amenity garden on the Landowners Association property. The Wilder School Food Forest project is awaiting the school board's approval on its proposal. There are 2 committee vacancies on Resilient Hartford. Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion. Kim already mentioned at the top of the meeting, but just to say again that this year's Juneteenth celebration is held jointly with Lebanon in Lyman Park on June 17th. There are 6 speakers lined up, including Susanna Davis, who's Vermont's Executive Director of Racial Equity. There will be a DJ, jazz band, kids activities. The bridge will be decorated. It's going to be very exciting. And some members of the committee also participated in the interview process for the school district's equity coordinator, and Julia Lau was recently hired into that position. So excited to welcome Julia. There's currently 1 vacancy and 1 anticipated vacancy on that committee. And finally, the Housing and Homelessness Committee, it's continuing to work on its work plan, and as part of that have been working with different and interviewing different housing related groups in different communities in the Upper Valley, including Thetford, Woodstock, Lebanon, Bradford. Something really interesting that Sandy Mariotti discovered in talking with Woodstock's housing group was that Woodstock is actually distributing local option tax funds to support construction of accessory dwelling units. So that could be something that maybe comes in the way of a formal recommendation, or that the town could consider in the future. But another thing to highlight is that Lynn Goodwin, who's Lebanon's Director of Human Services, recently has submitted a very comprehensive housing and homelessness plan to the City Council in Lebanon, which was met with a lot of enthusiasm. And she's also working to hire a consultant to actually do a regional Upper Valley-wide assessment of housing and homelessness. And so I let her know we have a Hartford committee, and she's excited to partner with us in that way and for Hartford to be a partner there. And as mentioned, and it sounds like we have maybe the green light to ask folks in the committee to work on, is they're hoping to generate more awareness about the sunsetting of the state's hotel motel voucher program and help research potential solutions and responses.
Great. Rocky, do you have anything?
Nope.
Lanny, you got anything?
Hartford Community Coalition met, just basically finalizing the block party, and that's basically the discussion was around that, most of it. So awards and something major.
Thank you. Just to mention, Sister Cities has 2 vacancies. Last time we met, we didn't have a quorum, so hopefully people start applying for that. All right, now we have the consent agenda. We'll take a motion.
To do so.
Okay, Kim?
Chair, I move that the select board approve payroll ending May 27, 2023, meeting minutes of May 16, 2023, AP manifest of May 26th and June 1st, 2023. And that's a weird way to end that sentence. But I'm done.
Okay,
I'll second.
We have a second from Mary. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right, now we have an executive session. I don't think it'll take very long, but take a motion to go into executive session.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ally?
I move that we enter executive session to discuss the appointment, or excuse me, discuss the employment evaluation of a public officer employee pursuant to Title I, Section 313A3 of the Vermont statutes.
Okay, we have a second.
I'll second.
Rocket will second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're going to go into executive session.
Yes.
Motion to come out of executive session.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Mary will second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. we're
Make
out
a
of-
motion to adjourn.
Well, we're out of executive session. We took no action that we needed. So I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Make motion to adjourn.
I will second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.